Good morning and welcome back to the second half of our digital painting photography symposium. Yesterday, if you joined us, you will have seen a range of incredibly interesting talks, focused mainly on painting's relationship to the digital. Today, we're going to have, as I say, the second half of this event, and the focus moves a little bit toward a photography, painting and digital relationship. We've got some wonderful talks lined up for you today, and I'll just quickly run through the itinerary. We're going to start the morning with Frances Woodley, who will speak in a minute once I've introduced her, followed by Mick Finch and Rhys Himsworth. I've grouped these talks together because there is a sense of the artists drawing on archive and history and in a way geography as well, using these found resources through digital printing, digital collage, and so that's a sort of cohesion that I saw, and that's what will be discussed this morning. At the end of those talks, we will have a Q&A with me, and we will finish at 12 o'clock this morning session for lunch until 12:55. At that time, my colleague Phil, who very kindly chaired yesterday, will come back online and introduce the afternoon session. The session immediately following lunch will centre around photography's relationship to painting and the digital. And Phil will introduce Theresia Stipp from Hanover and Clare Strand, who is currently undertaking a residency in Antwerp, and Elias Wessel, who's based in New York. And he will then follow up with a Q&A at 2:30. We'll have a very short break at 2:50 for 10 minutes. And then we'll have the final section of the day with Rahma Kazan and Matt Saunders, who I will introduce. And then Phil and I will have a Q&A with those speakers in the afternoon. And their talks, Matt Saunders will talk around his own work, and Rahma Kazan will talk about practices that really engage those the titular mediums of the digital painting and photography in relationships with each other. So it will be a very interesting, perhaps a little bit challenging. There's going to be lots of complex ideas bandied about, but I'm sure very entertaining and illuminating day. So I'm looking forward to it very much, and I hope that you are too. So I hope you can stay with us through all the talks. And that's about it from me, really. I'm going to hand over to Frances now. I'm a little bit ahead of time. But the speakers have been very good in keeping to time, and Frances has noted already that she will be very good at that as well, keeping to time. So without any further ado, really, I'm going to hand over to Frances so that she can talk about her practice and thoughts around that. So thank you, Frances. I'll hand over to you now. Thank you.
Okay. My talk is Reproductions and Reimaginings, a reflection on an interconnected practice. It's in two parts, I should warn you. My presentation is a reflection on my own interconnected post-internet studio-based practice, undertaking using digital images of historical paintings. The first part of my presentation exemplifies my reflections through finished works. The second part is concerned with process, exemplified through current and incomplete explorations. The work shown here appropriates and quotes from copyright-free, high-resolution digital reproductions available online. Next. My work responds to three central ideas: philosopher Hans-Georg Gadamer's fusion of horizons, art historian Georges Didi Huberman's anachronicity, and cultural theorist Mika Ball's quotation. It responds to the painting on the left here is known as the Zomerschoon Tulip, 1625, by Dutch painter Balthasar van der Ast. On the right is my manipulated appropriation, Forever and Ever, 2016. The repetition of the petals extends the original message of everlasting beauty to its absurd conclusion, that of endless reproduction. This image creates what Gadamer might term a fusion of horizons. Next. In his book, Post-Production, Nicholas Borio observes, since the early 90s, an ever-increasing number of artworks have been created on the basis of pre-existing works. Appropriation is indeed the first stage of post-production. In my appropriation of Ambrosius Bossart's The Elder, Still Life with Flowers, 1617, my intervention exploits digital image-making's capacity for endless repetition and the angst that comes with it. The hyperreality of the digital image on the screen and its sleek materiality when printed offer up an intriguing equivalence to the smooth artifice of 16th and 17th century feinschilder, which is called fine painting. This and the familiar subject matter give rise to what Didier Hubemans refers to as a kind of displaced resemblance, by which historical and digital art can appear contemporaneous. Next. So I now move in onto anachronism and quotation and how they work towards a hybrid practice. The internet's temporality is both anachronic, that's chronologically disordered, and anachronistic, a term Didier Hubemans understands in terms of plasticity, that is the capacity of the past to be shifted, conflated, and refashioned in the present. Anachronistic plasticity is also a feature of art and history up to the early modern period, and again more recently of the postmodern. For example, Didier Hubemans describes a 14th century painting by Florentine painter Fra Angelico as an extraordinary montage of heterogeneous times forming anachronisms that take on a dangerous plasticity. For contemporary artists, anachronistic plasticity can extend beyond the hybridization of the historical and contemporary. It can also be used to produce incongruous juxtapositions or an extended sense or an intended sense of wrongness. So here, In the Middle with You, 2017, I blended a photograph of myself, taking a picture of myself in a mirror using a laptop. I subsequently layered this image between three of my manipulated appropriations of historical still life reproductions. My viewpoint and situation became ambiguous, seemingly inside and outside of the image, space and time. The digital image became a hybrid of genres, periods, styles, and mediums, consciously and unconsciously quoted. It's worth remembering, as Didier Hubemans also points out, the image often has more memory and more future than the being who contemplates it. Next. In Brought to Tears, 2017, on the right, I imagined flowers in a glass vase, circa 1660 by Jan Davids de Heem. Instead of the artifice of perfection, I used digital tools to flip it, to evoke its inversion, the melancholy of its unattainability. I dematerialized the image using desaturation, transparency, and rearrangement, ambiguating it in the process. The disembodied eyes float, the trickles of water, or are they tears, suggest a glass surface between the viewer and the bouquet. Or are the eyes a reflection? And if so, whose? When looking at images of historical painting, I am mindful that what I, the artist, am able to see is governed by horizons erected by temporal and cultural blindness. I'm simply unable to see everything at any one time. Gadamer writes, we accept the fact that the subject presents different aspects of itself at different times or from different standpoints. We have, as it were, a new experience of history whenever the past resounds in a new voice. He argues that it is in this in-between, between tradition and its interpretation, that a fusion of horizons occurs. Next. Next. Last in this group, Furry Bouquet, 2017, a hybrid composed of a digital image and a physical model. I first appropriated an online reproduction of Flowers in a Glass Vase with a Tulip, 1718, by Rachel Royce, in the National Gallery. I then constructed a physical model, a quotation of an earlier version of the genre, using kitsch bird ornaments adhered to each other and to a glass chalice. I painted a background using watercolor and substituted it digitally for Royce's, then superimposed my bouquet, now a digital image, over hers. I used erasure and supplementary marks to achieve the translucency required to merge the historical and the contemporary, the material and digital, to produce a digital hybrid. Mika Baal, writing on contemporary quotation of the Baroque, argues the work performed by later images obliterates the older images as they were before that intervention and creates new versions of old images instead. I contend that the subject's agency, she writes, consists not of inventing, but of intervening, producing a supplementation. Next. I now want to talk about my digital painting, and I call this From Model Books to Image Banks. Before reflecting on my own digital painting, I will consider the wider field. Hockney, for example, paints directly onto screens before converting them to print. Ahmed Elgamal and Mario Klingerman generate virtual paintings using AI. Nerea Martinez-Alekia, an emerging Welsh artist, uses painting software to make her photographic portraits uncannily painterly. Conversely, there are painters such as Glenn Brown and Adrian Gailey who use digitally painted manipulations as sources for their paintings. In paintings by Fiona Ray or Sophie Bird-Muller, it is possible to identify digital influences on their recognizably contemporary lexicon of marks. Artist Rachel Rossin takes this further using an Oculus Rift headset for her interconnected painting practice. It was interesting looking at Alison's work yesterday. Wangechi Mutu and Firile Baez incorporate digital reproductions of historical maps and old prints onto and into their anachronistic paintings. A post-internet painting practice, it can be argued, is one that is digital or digitally informed or generated by AI, and maybe more. It has been observed that relatively few contemporary artists make painted digital paintings in the sense of what we might regard previously as a painting. I suspect this may be because making a painting on a screen might itself be regarded as an anachronistic activity. Next. So my digital paintings now. Moving away from manipulated appropriations, as you saw earlier, I began to work in digital painting alone. Quotation took the form of pastiche, in imitation of early modern natural history painting, such as this study by Joris and Jakob Hoefnagel, circa 1600. Beyond their function as illustrated itineraries for wunderkammers, such studies also served as model books for 16th and 17th century still life painters. They are notable for their compression of seasonal time and the coexistence of disparate species. Northern painters in particular make inventive use of drop shadows that give each specimen volume, depth, and a little drama. Next. Next. I started my digital painting with pencil studies of artificial shell flowers, tourists tapped from the Philippines, and you can see a photograph of one of them on the left. I photographed these drawings and transferred them to the screen, where I continued to paint them digitally using a graphics tablet and pen. I then hybridized these pastiches by combining and interchanging their layers. They became sort of pseudo specimens. They were stored in my digital image banks, the contemporary equivalent of the 16th century model book shown earlier. Next. Raiding these image banks, I imported, combined, and manipulated motifs on a digital canvas using repetition, layering, reversing, tinting, and rescaling. Impossible using pigment and brushes alone. Joins were rendered seamless with Blender, Eraser, Pinch, and other tools, producing an illusion of continuity without depth, a hybrid image that exceeds painting or collage classification. Where the Pretty Things lands up, this digital painting, represents a dump, a depository for discarded kitsch. It is a digital reimagining of still life's warnings of consumption and excess, but extended and contemporized here by an ambiguously beautiful image of its end product, waste. Next. In Tap Tornado, I returned to my image banks. Inversion and repetition led to pareidolia, to produce an unexpected level of menace amidst the soft chaos of the swirling detritus. And at the bottom, you might just be able to see this in the face at the bottom of the tornado. The horizon, rippled by it, quotes the edge of a 16th century still life tabletop. It is literally at the edge of things. That comes to the end of my first part, and I now move into the second part. So next, please. And part two, I'm talking really about internet-connected process and the way it works at the start of a new project. So you won't see any finished works now. In this second part of my presentation, I reflect on how an interconnected process works for me. I have appropriated and quoted from digital reproductions sourced online of 3 modes of painting that were used to depict food in the late 16th century Northern European painting. Still life painting now is not part of them this time. The first, The Fight Between Carnival and Lent, 1559, by Flemish painter Peter Bruegel the Elder, is an allegorical mock combat between Carnival and Lent, set in a contemporary environment, a populated town square. The subject looks back to when food was understood in the context of seasonal festivals. Here, corpulent carnival is personified by Fleisch or meat, raw and cooked, sitting astride a barrel of herrings atop the allegorical ship of fools. Pulled in the opposite direction is a personification of Lent, a larger-than-life, lean and androgynous figure seated on a float, accompanied by the Lenten foodstuffs of fish, bread and pretzels. Louise Milne, art historian, mentions the painting's antithetical pairings and the coexistence of real seasonal and fictional festival time. It is, she writes, a deliberate panorama of archaisms. Using Didi Heuvelmann's understanding of the word then, this painting can be said to be anachronistic. Next. The second of my 3 sources, and more of their time, even though it was contemporaneous with Bruegel's, are the explicit and coded 16th century Flemish market and kitchen paintings. The Fat Kitchen, an allegory by Peter Aertsen, for example, this is 1565, depicts the separation between the fat and the lean kitchen. It is a reimagining of Carnival and Lent as prosperity and poverty for a newly emerging merchant class. In Aertsen's painting and others of its type, foodstuffs are literally shown off discreetly. And it's this discrete feature that lends itself to digital cropping, printing and cutting out for digital paper collage, as you will see shortly. Next. Now, coeval with these 2 contemporaneous 16th century depictions of food is a third, and that's the composite, an image that is perceived as a whole, yet composed of complete and recognizable parts. Vertumnus, 1590 on the left, is Arcimboldo's portrait of Rudolf II as Roman god of seasons and change. It is the simultaneous coalescence of fruit, flowers and vegetables of different seasons in the service of an adopted classical model of power. It is an anachronistic paradox. A parodic equivalent is the painting of a Trumpian head, Untitled, by Adrian Gainey, a contemporized quotation with its digitally informed suggestion of processed meat smeared with a spread of stars and stripes. So these are the 3 modes of painting whose reproductions I draw on in the following slides. So this is my interconnected process, which is really a process of studio and screenplay between the 2. In 2014, the artist and writer Ian Wallace wrote, "One of the features that distinguishes post-internet art from net art in the late 90s and the early 2000s is its ability to cross over between online and offline formats." But can I have the next slide, sorry? This crossover is essential to my process. I also find myself agreeing with the artist Michael Evans when he writes, "My intention forms only one part of this process, in which the self-author, the role of the imagination or the unconscious, become entwined with technology." So with regard now to this studio and screenplay, this digital trial came together unexpectedly after finishing Tap Tornado, just playing about. I had no idea what to expect or what to do with it. but a few months later, it became the inception for my digital and material reimagining of Bruegel's fight between Carnival and Lent. Next. The trial that followed applied the same principle of digital collage to Bruegel's Carnival and Lenten figures, their composite construction, quoting Archimboldo's. The meat and vegetable motifs were appropriated from online reproductions of the kitchen and market paintings shown earlier that I had cropped and stored in my digital banks, image banks. Next. In the paper trials that followed, I cut out and pinned discrete printed meat motifs to a board, leaving space between and behind them. I played with multiple light sources to create casts and attach shadows and penumbrae. This set off unanticipated ideas with regard to staging a flat image. I took photographs and stored them for future reference. Next. In the meantime, I continued to play with paper composites, which led to their infestation with dark and parodic humour that recalled early images of chimera, but also early modern zoological model books, but also Georges Bataille's surreal and sardonic writing on human animality. And he writes, the vicissitudes of organs, the pullulations of stomachs, larynxes and brains, traversing animal species and individuals without number, drags the imagination into its ebb and flow, so a sort of hybrid. These composites became an apocalyptic anthropomorphic foursome with potential to become yet more scatological and hubristic. At 120 centimetres tall, flat and freestanding, they presented various options for staging and absurd elevation. Their connection to Lent, however, was lost for the time being, and this happens when you're working. Next. So here are two details. And it's worth mentioning that with material collage, there's no backup and no returning to a past configuration. So in a sense, it's a riskier business. Next. Next, yeah. I had these large meat composites professionally photographed and then printed to 1/3 of their original scale, seen here on the right. Their unexpected delicacy at this scale recalls Balinese shadow puppets, but also the contemporary shadow art of people like Christian Boltanski and Eleni Milani. The small cutout composites were light enough to suspend, and I should also mention that I found this wonderful caricature by Granville afterwards, I might add. So small cutout composites were light enough to suspend, offering more dramatic possibilities than the cutout model alone. I knocked up a cardboard stage, later lined with white paper, and experimented with lighting, positioning, and viewpoints. The shadows cast began to imply a completely different scale of horror. Next. A waft of air twisted the suspended puppet, and so I reversed the cutout model too. I continued to photograph. Many options presented themselves, so I slowed the process down using the outmoded techniques of tracing and scaling up. This led to making a painting of an image on an iPad screen. I adjusted it for colour, tone and perspective, not with a click of the cursor, but through the process of painting, making it qualitatively different. Next. I then returned to the screen to play with other ways of painting on a small and intimate scale. Taking more risks due to the safety net of layers, I discovered the dramatic potential of distortion, merging and overlapping as almost like painterly tools. What had been allegorical combat began to transform into a series of non-sequential, ambiguous incidents. Terry Shave, in his conversation with Carl Robinson, refers to a collage mentality in digital art, with its elements endlessly repositionable. In my experience, digital painting relies on this mentality in a way that painting with the medium alone does not. Next. I now come to the last part of my presentation, hybrids, chimeras and cadaver exquis, an interconnected practice. Firstly, talking about the hybrid. A hybrid process may be understood as the blending, merging and coming together of images that result in a newly formed other, though its origins may be lost in the process. By this definition, my shellflower here is a hybrid. However, the chimera, the constructed composite of body parts that form a new being, or the cumulative cadaver exquis, like the Chapmans here, keep their origins discrete, even as the whole is perceived simultaneously as something else. This loss or accumulation of origins presents an interesting dilemma for the artist who plays with digitally mediated art of the past in the present. Gadamer's ideas resonate here when he writes, "The question posed by contemporary art imposes from the outset the task of bringing together what threatens to fall apart in two antagonistic poles. On the one hand, the art that appears historical, and on the other, the art that seems to be progressive. But the riddle that the problem that art sets us," he says, "is precisely that of the contemporaneity of past and present. We have to ask ourselves, in what sense art represents an overcoming of time?" Next. So how then to stage such contemporaneous hybrids or composites digitally? I attempted this by dropping a digital photograph of one of my large composites meat figures onto my digital canvas, the one you saw in the previous slide. I manipulated it into several alternating coloured and monochrome layers. Black and white reproductions are perceived as old-fashioned or parachromic, and this enabled me to double down anachronistically on the historical origins of the figure. Conversely, its relocation into a cinema-type screen format was a way of contemporizing it. It's a push and a pull. I also upped the contrast for dramatic effect, making it more garish, an impossible move off screen. Next. So with all of this in mind, I return to my source, Bruegel's The Fight Between Carnival and Lent, and the figure of Lent in particular. Inspired by the giants, huge mechanized puppets I seen paraded in Liverpool for the last time in 2018, and the moody paintings of Archimboldo's followers, I began to work on my Lady Lent. The abstemious figure of late medieval festival began to be reimagined as Lady Veg, a contemporary green. Next. And still obviously unfinished. Lady Veg, when finished, will be installed in tableau or dummy board style, raised off the wall, suspended or freestanding, formats that will create opportunities for lighting and shadow play. She will be in mock combat with a newly made, meaty, fleshy carnival all of her own, half her height and twice her girth. Quoting Bruegel's float, hers will also take the form of an orthographic projection, but rendered anachronistically with the supplement of a digital half-tone image of cabbages from my local allotment, with giant broccoli for her chair. Ironic yet dignified, she will be surrounded by antithetical chimera, half veg, half meat, half humorous, half monstrous, originally painted, now digitized, as you can see here. Well, that was the plan. Next. This happens when you find something after the event. Two chance encounters set me off in yet another direction. The first, a discovery online of an anonymous 16th century Flemish drawing of a fearsomely aggressive Lady Lent, also presented in the festival. And secondly, a look again at Bruegel's painting De Lucette, or Mad Meg, 1563, his parody of an armoured virago storming the mouth of hell in her quest for possessions. Both prompted a different digital departure in which Lady Lent might be reimagined and inverted anachronistically as eco-warrior, humorously. Next. Now in my last slide, dropping her into the same cinematic format with a meat figure previously suspended in my cardboard theatre, now provoked an outright skirmish. So in the exploratory work that I've shown here, I recognise that for all its interconnectivity of process, a point is reached when a digital reimagining differs not only in medium, but also in intention and context from that of its material partners. Digital painting's quotation from the long history of painting is made from different positions than pre-digital painting, or even contemporary practice that evades the digital. In my post-internet and interconnected practice, I appropriate and quote my online sources in ways that reimagine them anachronistically. My process emerges as playful. It moves back and forth across the in-between of studio and screen, past and present, reimagining historical art's other, the reproduction, in previously unimaginable ways. Thank you.
Well, thank you for that, Frances. That was fascinating, absolutely fascinating. Thank you very much. I do apologise, actually, to you, Frances, but when introducing you, I should have given some biographical information for the viewers. And so I do apologise. I'm sorry about that. I'm going to do that retrospectively. Tell the viewers a little bit about, give them some background information of you. And I do apologise again that it came a little bit late. But Frances lives and works in Cardiff. She gained a first-class honours BA at Cardiff College of Art and a Masters in Fine Art Printmaking. A PGCE, she later followed this with a Masters in Art History at the Open University and a PhD at Aberystwyth University. Doctoral research methods include art history, published conversation with artists, curatorial projects, and her own studio practice, which obviously we just had a little insight into there, which I found absolutely fascinating. She was selected for the Rijksmuseum and RKD summer course for curators in 2016. She's taught full-time at undergraduate and postgraduate levels and was head of visual arts at the University of South Wales. There's a lot more information. She's had many publications. Publications include All Coherence Gone, Still Life Ambiguous Practice, Models and Materialities, Flora, Speak to Me, Contemporary Conversations with the Still Life Tradition, and vis-a-vis as well as various published academic papers, essays and reviews. And I, again, forgive me for keep saying it, but I do apologise for not having covered that before you started. Again, though, I thought that was absolutely fascinating, this give and take between the digital and the analog, and how that it's almost continuous in a potentially perpetual stream. A number of questions have come through. It generated quite a bit of discussion, and we can pick that up in the Q&A. I'm now going to introduce our next speaker, Mick Finch, and I'll begin for Mick by actually covering some biographical information, like I should have done last time. So Mick is an artist and researcher. He exhibits internationally, most recently showing the Book of Knowledge series at the Galleria Immaginaria in Florence. Recent research projects are A Vision for Europe, Academic Responsibility and Action in Times of Crises, funded by the AHRC, of which the exhibition Bilder auf Wanderskraft at Zentrale Institute in Munich and the publication Image Journeys, the Warburg Institute, and the British Art History were key outputs. Imagining Futures, funded by the GCRF, AHRC and T-Factor, funded by the EU's Horizon 2020 programme. He's currently Professor in Visual Art Practice at the University of the Arts, London Central St Martin's. So we're very pleased to be able to welcome Mick. We look forward to your talk, and I'm now going to hand over to you, Mick, if that's okay. I'm just getting some notifications through here. I'm just going to hand over to you. So I'll cut myself off now, and away you go. Thanks, Mick.
Okay. Can you see the presentation?
Sorry. Yes, we can.
Yeah. Okay. And you can hear me. Okay. Great. Thanks very, very much, Carl. Okay. I will discuss my studio practice through a series I've been working on since 2014, entitled The Book of Knowledge. in relation to research that I've made in parallel that has been an important influence on this work. I'll discuss the art historian A.B. Warburg's use of photography, most famously in the form of the Minisim Atlas, a visual manifestation of what he called the pathos formula. I will also use aspects of Bruno Latour's 1985 essay, Visualization and Cognition, Drawing Things Together, as a conceptual counterpoint that unwittingly proposes an attitude towards collage in relation to photographic secondary material. Most famously, A.B. Warburg's central interest was the transition from the pagan to the Renaissance, expressed as pagan culture's Nachleben, its survival, its afterlife or metamorphosis in the Renaissance and beyond. He explored this through examining successive images of gestures of self-defense that he considered constituted a vast pictorial manifestation of social memory. His research thus demanded a broad iconological basis, as well as the technical means to capture the flows and superimpositions of pictorial migration through panoramic timeframes. For Warburg, the key to the survival of the pagan was the movement of images, their mobility due to the reprographic, be it the copy, the prints, cast, or the tapestry. His methodology progressively moved from the outcomes of his research in the form of academic text to privileging alternative forms of presentation, as here in the form of 3 panels from his unrealized Minisim Atlas project. From the early years of the 20th century until his death in 1929, Warburg's identification of the mobility and migration of images as the driving force in the Renaissance that brought into being the pagan afterlife resulted in him managing an image-led methodology as the means to focus on objects of cultural transmission, and in turn creating topologies that map their interactions and specific shape clusters. Even before the construction of the KBW, his library in Hamburg, he had not only established a considerable library, but also a sophisticated technical apparatus that facilitated the projection and production of photographic images. From the 1900s on, he was also staging exhibitions which foregrounded photographs and other reproductions of key primary material, where text took the back seat. In Visualization and Cognition, Drawing Things Together, Bruno Latour discusses the divide between the pre-scientific and scientific culture. The emergence of the latter he attributes in great part to the emergence of inscriptions as immutable objects, in terms of which he says, and I quote, "You have to invent objects which have the properties of being mobile, but also immutable, presentable, readable, and combinable with one another. More exactly, it's possible to overestimate the inscription, but not the setting in which the cascade of ever more written and numbered inscriptions is produced. What we are really dealing with is the staging of a scenography, in which attention is focused on one set of dramatized inscriptions. The setting works like a giant optical device that creates a new laboratory, a new type of vision, and a new phenomenon to look at. Boyle, for instance, in a fascinating account of his vacuum pump experiment, had to invent not only the phenomenon, but the instrument to make it visible, the setup in which the instrument was displayed, end of quotation. A setup here is analogous to a dispositif. Warburg's focus upon the migration of images in many ways necessitated the construction of dispositives that function as optical devices in a way that can be equated with Latour's account. Like a 17th century scientist, Warburg is confronted by cascades of inscriptions of different modalities that are in turn recombinations of appropriated artifacts. This spoliation is central to Warburg's tracking of the afterlife of pagan culture. At heart, it is the engrammatic transmission of gestures through the medium of the image that marks his methodology. Warburg's concerns differ from a scientific relationship to the cascade of inscriptions that Latour describes. Warburg is as much interested in the relationships and intervals between images and their clusterings within cultural contexts. His concern is with transmission and migration as forces that underpin iconographic transformation as a complex form of cultural memory and agency. More precisely, not only photography became important to Warburg, but the ability to organise several photographic images on a single plane became the important synoptic optical device. Within the Minisym Atlas, material was pinned onto a black cloth covered boards, photographed, taken apart and reassembled to construct the next board. This and Warburg's increasing uses of public lectures that used photographs, book illustrations and prints as key material within the sonography progressively became the dispositif that made visible and transformed his ideas. This optical device was as much at the heart of his working methodology as it was a means of the presentation of his ideas. He began to think through his ideas through the manipulation of images. Often the images are of maps, diagrams or charts. The synoptic aspect here has the characteristic of flattening different orders of representation within one manipulable and navigable space. This brings to mind Leo Steinberg's essay of 1972, The Flatbed Picture Plane, where of Rauschenberg's practice he says, and I quote, "Rauschenberg's picture plane had to become a surface to which anything reachable, thinkable would adhere. It had to be whatever a billboard or a dashboard is, and everything a projection screen is, with further affinities for anything that is flat and worked over. Palimpsest, cancelled plate, printer's proof, trial blank, chart, map, aerial view. Any flat documentary surface that tabulates information is a relevant analogue of his picture plane. Radically different from the transparent projection plane with its optical correspondence to man's visual field. And it seemed at times that Rauschenberg's work surface stood for the mind itself. Dump, reservoir, switching center, abundant with concrete references freely associated as an internal monologue. The outward symbol of the mind as a running transformer of the external world, constantly ingesting incoming unprocessed data to be mapped in an overcharged field." It's end of quotation. The flatbed picture plane is analogous to the atlas's boards, where the plane of organization is a plane of data and information. Warburg was clear that the pathos formula was a process of transmission, catalyzed by the movement and migration of images, a phenomenon that is akin to Latour's cascade of inscriptions within a scientific context. The 80 boards of Warburg's Minisym Atlas, photographed between August 1928 and October 1929, have the quality of a topology. Each board is a discrete set, addressing a particular thematic, bringing together groupings of discrete and heterogeneous images, exploring transformations, convergences, and connectedness. As typologies, they have the quality of montage. The spacing between each is like an interval, like jump cuts between the significant aspects of each image. As an apparatus, the boards operate like a flatbed picture plane, oscillating somewhere between a field of vision and of information. Agamben's thinking about apparatuses is useful in this context, and I quote, "Objects that belonged in some way to the gods was considered sacred or religious. As such, these things were removed from free use and trade amongst humans, while to consecrate was the term that designated the exit of things from the sphere of human law. To profane signified, on the contrary, to restore the things to the free use of men," end of quotation. This seems to function as one description of Warburg's preoccupation with the pathos formula and the transition from the pagan to the Renaissance. The panels are akin to schemas that map the profanation of objects, images and artifacts which were formerly consecrated to the gods. Reprographic means liberated the once sacred objects as free circulating entities, as inscriptions. The panels plot, represent and display displacements, transitions, migrations, circulations and continuities within a vast temporal, terrestrial and cosmological heterogeneous panorama. The production of photographs and producing an archive of secondary material is central to this process. Aside from their status within the atlas's montage, they are also manipulable in a manner akin to playing cards. Warburg constantly reordered image sequences as if they were autonomous thought experiments. Latour is worth recalling here when he says, and I quote, "On paper, Hybrids can be created that mix drawings from many sources. Perspective is not interesting because it provides realistic pictures. On the other hand, it is interesting because it creates complete hybrids. Nature seen as fiction, fiction seen as nature. With all the elements made so homogeneous in space, it is now possible to reshuffle them like a pack of cards, end of quotation. Pleiadian and tarot cards often recur as subjects of the atlas, as configurations of the cosmological world that are activated by shuffling the pack, laying them out, and making readings and divinations. Warburg's methodology is in many ways a form of cartomancy, and not simply because he historically references Pleiadian tarot cards. The reduction of his primary sources into secondary artifacts as photographs and hybrids indicates a similar mechanism to a deck of cards. He reordered and reshuffled them to divine new relationships and unfold new orderings. What strikes me as important here is the archive or database acting like a deck of infinitely combinable and recombinable material. This has been a central aspect of my practice. In 2014, I began to work on the Book of Knowledge. It used all the images contained in an 8-volume set of encyclopedias of the same name, that date from the late 1950s. I scanned at the high resolution of 12,000 dpi all of its images, some 3,000 in total, creating a secondary archive from which the images could be explored and manipulated. The broad aim of this was to unpack both my own visual encounter with the material as a child in the early 1960s, and more importantly, as a complex cultural, ideological, and epistemological moment and artifact. The studio output of this series is so far some 200 prints, combining images from the archive that use different strategies of making, recombination, schemata, and composition. The working process for this series is Photoshop-based digital collage, but it comes out of a wider engagement with painting. As for much of my artistic life, I made paintings. There came a point when they ceased to be simply autographic statements. Images entered my lexicon, and I increasingly spent time in the studio projecting, tracing, and masking images that I digitally appropriated and transformed into 2D shapes. A good example here is of the Closer Than You Think series from 1995 to 1996, two examples of which are seen here, where combinations of Mickey Mouse images and 1960s trellis camouflage were transcribed onto canvas. In Sublime, a series from 2002 to 2004, the transcription process from images became more complex. Projected images were masked with tape, and the leak from the first coat of paint was integrated into the painting as a moment of transcription and palimpsest. Technology to projection became essential to this process. For me, this was a subject in itself that I wrote about in an article from 2003 entitled Night Shift in Contemporary magazine. However, even as I was writing this article, the technology that was essential to my practice was the computer. I transformed images into black shapes to facilitate their projection and transcription onto supports. Like so many of us, the digital supplement to this activity was the creation of archives with their categories and tags. The form of taxonomies that the archive often took were contrasted with organising the hard copy printout of image shapes onto transparencies that were printed out to use with an overhead projector. Their aggregation was often in the form of a kind of parataxis, to use a word that Rancière adapted so well, a clustering where any single thing can be next to anything else, as a kind of egalitarian ordering, as seen as in this collection of images from a file that was destined for transparency. This became the impetus for Taken as Read, a series from 2008 where grids and clusters of image shapes articulate the paintings as planes, sites, and moments of transcription, as a kind of flatbed picture plane. These taxonomies, typologies, and parataxis grids took the form of paintings, but also as a publication that constituted the image's movement between screen and materialization, from 72 dpi to 300 dpi, from screen to hard copy. The constellation of image shapes in this print from 2004 2008 was a way of figuring the power relationship of the image. The constellations being bounded by the profile of Elizabeth II as a kind of tyrannical image of the sovereign that owed a lot to Agamben's thinking in Homo Sacer and was the prelude to two later series, Bare Life and Ingrams. Since 2004 on the Sublime paintings, I became interested in A.B. Warburg's methodology and its relationship to the technical apparatus he employed in his purpose-built library. What struck me was the way he juggled and balanced the power of the synoptic devices he was using, mainly the atlas, with trying to plot almost infra-thin movements within and between the material. It seems as if the synoptic was a way to intuitively put a line around montages of material toward focusing on subtle relationships between the material. The Book of Knowledge is a set of encyclopedias published by Waverley. It was very much of its time. It reflected the aspirations and prejudices of post-war Britain, empire, monarchy, parochial modernism, and exoticism. These were just a few of the traits that masked the sense of catastrophe and ruins that haunt its pages, and the experiences of the generation that owned them. Their children were consuming these images during the early years of television, when it was emerging as a mass medium. They were a vivid memory from my early childhood, and I acquired a set of its 8 volumes, published in the late 50s and early 60s, which correspond to the volumes I had known. I set out to scan the nearly 3,000 images contained in the volumes and explore the images. My interest was not to embark on a memory project. Rather, I want to explore a body of material that is precisely inscribed, limited, locked in its time and its materiality as printed matter. What interested me was to have material that I was not only personally connected to, but was finite and bounded and did not have a ready accessible online digital life. My aim was to construct a dark archive. I chose to scan the material at 12,000 dpi, so that the texture and the grain of the images generated by the processes by which they were originally printed could become integral to the work. Soon after I started scanning the images, I began working with them. I explored working strategies using compositional structures that arose intuitively as the work progressed and in relation to my key research references. The compositional structures roughly break down into 4 categories that I refer to as continuums, dispositives, juxtapositions, and pathos formulas. Continuums are when material from different images is combined into an almost seamless spatial scene. This strategy contrasts with all the other 3. It's viewer-based, uses perspectival tropes, and could be interpreted as being conceptually in opposition to the other strategies. My motivation with this strategy was to explore the images atmospherically and almost from the memory of the child's view, toward building up an aggregated worldview. Dispositives are when there are allusions to a process or a mechanism. They have a relationship to production in a way that relates, albeit quite loosely, to Duchamp's sense of circulation and production in large glass, the bride strip bear. Here, this is expressed as a cruel balance between luxury and the natural world. The scales join them pivoted by one of Michelangelo's slaves. Juxtapositions are simply the joining of 2 images, here in the case of New York and Moscow, also demonstrating how the contact with historical material often coincides with feelings about the present. In this case, perhaps over binary region, the shadow of Russian intervention cast over the election of Trump and the Brexit result, the UK's EU referendum. This juxtaposition made during lockdown was possibly a response to social distancing. There's also a theoretical parallel with Benjamin's idea of juxtaposition here, where an éclat is sparked, leading to the illumination in the form of a tertiary production of meaning. This dialectical movement contrasts with the final strategy. The pathos formula category broadly refers to the methodology of grouping images side by side. I became intrigued by this through the methodology at work in Warburg's Minissim Atlas. The power of the images to generate visual links through juxtaposition and proximity, and where quality of movement, contrast of spaces and places, and compressions of temporalities are brought about. Groupings of images produce readings more than expressing intentions, and mainly have no relationship to my early encounter with the books when I was a child. The influence of Warburg has perhaps been simply a pretext to make a body of work. I feel he would have served me well if this was simply the case. However, his influence has led me to assemble an archive and adopt working strategies which has led me to explore images in ways I could not have previously envisaged. Warburg's influence has also opened my thinking to the ways Warburg's influence has also opened my thinking to the ways other uses of photography and synoptic systems, mainly in the case of the art historian Bernard Berenson and the archaeologist Flinders Petrie, who have influenced later parts of the Book of Knowledge series. But there is no time for this here, and I'll expand upon these connections later, hopefully in the written form of this presentation. And that's me done.
Thank you for that, Mick. As with Francis, that was absolutely fascinating. Really quite in depth in the amount of time that you were given, and if it is possible to go to publication, it will be great to excuse me to read an expansion on your thoughts there. It's given me a lot of food for thought, and I've been frantically trying to write notes in order to elicit some kind of discussion that we can have in the Q&A in a little while. So thank you again for that. It's much appreciated. So now we're
Thanks, Carl.
Yep, thank you. We're now going to move on to Rhys Himsworth, if Rhys is with us. I'll give you a little...
Yes.
Hello, Rhys. Nice to meet you. I'll give you a little bit of information about Rhys, his biographical information. Rhys is an artist who appropriates redundant technologies in the creation of his work. His current body of work involves the recycling of discarded consumer electronics to manufacture substrates and mediums that are then used to produce a series of hybrid digital paintings. These works attempt to map the life of their source material and link the viewer to a complex web of historic, economic, and geopolitical forces that we as consumers are complicit in. Rhys is an artist based between Berlin and Wales. He is a recent artist in residence at the Kunstlerhaus Bethanien, and prior to this, he was fellow at the International Studio and Curatorial Program, New York, TACT Kunstprojekt Traum Berlin, and Virginia Center for Creative Arts. He's exhibited extensively in Europe, North America, and Asia, including solo shows at the National Museum of Wales, UK, the CICA Museum in Seoul, South Korea, Kunstlerhaus Bethanien, Berlin, Germany, Reynolds Gallery, Richmond, Virginia, Qatar Art Centre in Doha, Qatar, and the Gallery Parda in Lisbon, Portugal. I'm just waiting to see if we've got the screen ready for you, Rhys. I think we're just waiting for that to come up. So if you just give us a minute, I'll just check what is occurring with this, because saying it's ready. Okay, so if you're ready, Rhys, if you can see your screen, okay, I can hand over to you. Yeah. If we're there.
Okay, great.
Yeah, well, we're just about getting there. Forgive me for that. I'm speaking to the viewers now, and you as well, Rhys. Forgive me for that hesitancy. I just was waiting to see your screen come up, which I can now see. So it's nice to see you. And I will now hand over to you. And look forward to hearing what you have to say, Rhys. Thank you.
Okay, thanks very much, Carl, and thanks very much for inviting me. Great to be here. So I'm going to talk a little bit about a project I've been involved in for the last 2 years, really, which I'm sort of loosely calling Topographies of Decline. My practice historically, as Carl mentioned in the introduction, has been based around the appropriation of redundant electronics, specifically sort of print electronics such as inkjet printers, dot matrix printers, and so forth, but also other forms of electronics, cardiographs, DJ turntables, that kind of thing. And historically, this sort of manifested itself in kinetic installation. So essentially, I would buy junk off of eBay and put sort of new motors in it, put new components in it, and maybe hook it up to the internet or use some sort of surveillance equipment so that there was information being fed into the gallery space, which was then creating a print or a drawing or a painting over the course of the exhibition. Next slide, please. But over time, I've sort of come to see the electronics that I was using not only as a medium, but as a material. And so I was interested in talking about issues of global trade, national identity, the rise of the East versus the decline of the West, this sort of decline that we have in many Western states, the decline of manufacturing, and thinking about ways that I could talk about that and talk about this new sort of digital landscape that we find ourselves in, and the relationship to this digital landscape to the sort of the physical topography that we inhabit and are continually changing and eroding. So I had the opportunity to visit e-waste recycling centers in southern China a few years ago. And I initially started photographing these centers and photographing what was taking place, but wasn't really sort of satisfied with the work that I was making or the studies that I was making. And it was in a sort of another project where I was crushing and shredding material to be able to make 3D printable substrate that I started hitting upon the idea of working with electronics as a medium. And so I started collecting various forms of electronic waste from these recycling centers in China, such as sort of computer chips like you see in this slide. Next slide, please. But also capacitors, CDs, DVDs. Next slide, please. And also like the electronic housing that you find in many computers. And so I would take that into the studio and I built sort of a homemade shredding, crushing device and would start to sort of shred the material so that I could grind it into a material that could potentially be ground into ink or paint, or used simply as a substrate in which to create an underpainting with. So the images that you see here are different stages of shredded DVDs. So they go through multiple processes of shredding, and then they're sieved so that I can create a fine material. Next slide, please, which you can see is sort of the same sort of size of sort of not quite granular salt, but maybe sort of like rock salt that you would find that is sort of pre-ground. And then if we go to the next slide, I then adhere that onto a surface of aluminium using a resin, and the material is sprinkled onto the surface. As you can see, hopefully in the studio image. If we can just go to the next slide, I think at least I can see as a close-up, but it should be a studio shot. Okay, that's perfect. And so that material then is adhered to the surface of aluminium, and then that forms then the underpainting, if you like, upon which a print could be made. So if we go to the next slide. These are different materials that I've also shredded. So the previous images was shredded DVDs. You can see various shredded materials ranging from a black mobile phone casing through to various different colored circuit boards, LCD screens which have been shredded, DVDs and CDs, all making up this sort of what looks like a very strange, set of like spice boxes. And then again, those form the basis then of materials which can be used on substrates to make a series of works. So if we go to the next slide. So I was really interested in how these materials could communicate the rather circuitous route of global trade, and the way in which these materials had sort of passed through various life forms, from their mining through to their manufacturing, through to their consumption, and then back again to the recycling centers that they eventually rest in. And so here we have crushed mobile phone casings, which again have been shredded and put onto panel. And if we can go to the next slide, we should see a close-up of some crushed LCD screens. And what I like about this process is, retained within this sort of base material are all these precious metals. So you can see remnants of copper, of coltan, of neodymium, of lead, all contained within this material. Next slide, please. And here we have shredded computer casing. So, the beige computer casing that made up, the vernacular of computers for so many years. Here it is, the plastic has been shredded multiple times to produce a fine sort of granular structure. Next slide, please. And these are crushed circuit boards. And if we move to the next slide, what we then see is a finer, more earthy tone of circuit boards. So different types of circuit boards will give me different sort of color palettes, and also different granular structures, which becomes interesting aesthetically. And then if we move to the next slide, we should see 4 images of prints that were made using some of the materials shown in the previous slides. And so I was interested in ways in which I could metaphorically and literally return these materials back to their landscape of origin, and in so doing talk about this circuitous route that these materials had gone on, and in turn talk about issues of global trade and identity and so forth. And so I hit upon the idea of using stock photographic images of the landscapes from where these materials had originated, and the plant matter that was being eroded and being transplanted due to the mineral mining that is happening in various regions of the world. So we have bauxite mining, which is used to produce aluminium, taking place in northern Canada and also in Australia. We have copper mining in Chile and Indonesia. And we have a whole range of precious minerals like neodymium and coltan being mined in the Congo in Central Africa. And so these are images of sort of various plants which are native to regions of the world where mineral mining is taking place, printed in monochrome form on a bed of precious minerals. The image on the left being circuit boards, the next image to the right of it being crushed LCD screens, and then we have other circuit boards then on the image on the center right, and then crushed CDs on the far right. Next slide, please. And this is a close-up of the crushed circuit boards from the image on the far left, and you can see, the traces of copper and various other plastics and materials, contained within. Next slide, please. And I should say that I use stock images as a metaphor, really taking the methodology of global techno-capitalism, which sees your iPhone, being designed by Apple in California, and then sourcing components from countries such as Japan and Germany, where there are tech companies who are producing components that go into the manufacture of that product before it then goes to Foxconn in China, which assemble and produce many of the other components that go into making a device such as that. And then, of course, multiple other companies that are involved in, the production of all the minerals that go into our consumer electronics. So, using stock images, a medium that is defined by its remoteness, and a medium whose meaning is activated only when it's appropriated, seems to me to be an appropriate medium to work with, especially in these sort of like times of the pandemic, where we're not traveling, and instead our connection with the outside world, exists through the screen. So the images I showed previously are one layer monochrome UV prints. These images are two-color UV prints, so there's a white layer of ink which produces a silhouette of the plant material, and then a color image which sits on top. And then if we go to the next slide, we see the crushed mobile phone casings that I spoke of earlier, with an image printed then on top. And then if we go to the next slide, we should be able to see a close-up of that same piece. And so I'm sure many of you are familiar with UV printing, but for those of you who perhaps are not, it's essentially a form of inkjet printing. In fact, many UV printer manufacturers use Epson printheads for the manufacture of their products. But the main sort of difference being that UV printers are using UV cured ink. This gives you a lot more versatility in terms of the surfaces that you print onto. You don't need specially calibrated papers as you do in inkjet printing, and you can instead print on a range of found materials. You can also, using a Z-axis, print on media that is up to several inches thick. And because the print head is moving across the surface of the print, rather like a CNC milling machine or a laser cutter, you again have more control on using sort of found surfaces, or in my case, constructed surfaces. If we move to the next slide, please, we see should be a monochromic purple image made up of the crushed DVDs that I showed earlier. Although what's different from this image and previous images is that whilst it being a monochrome, it is made up of three layers. The white layer, if we go to the next slide, is actually printed by printing two different white layers at different intensities, which this process allows you to do. So here you can see the breakup of the original files that I'm using. The image on the right is the color image, the last image that is printed. The two images on the left, the far left is printed at a 25% intensity of whiteness, so it just gives a very milky, faint white to sort of create some very subtle highlights. And then the image in the middle is produced through a 50% intensity white. If we go into the next slide, we can see the final result. Once again, where you have an image which is essentially monochrome, but has these white highlights which allow it to pop out a little. So I've started experimenting with these layerings, which moves it from the photographic into the realm of printmaking, and then hopefully in the future through to painting. Next slide, please. And so this is a color image, again, made of multiple surfaces, which in this case is printed on crushed LCD screens from mobile phones, which gives us sort of a charcoal black type complexion, and then a color image printed on top. Sort of a metaphorical and literal rendering of sort of the landscape through screen. So rather similar to that experience that I think we all have of carrying our mobile devices around us, which when not turned on have this sort of black reflective quality, where the landscape and the world around us is reflected, but through this sort of nuanced color tone that combines with the black of the screen, happening here both metaphorically and literally through the grounded bed of mobile phone screens. So if we move to the next slide, again, this image is a composite of 3 different printed layers. The image on the left being a 30% white layer, the image in the middle being a 15% white layer, and then the image on the right being a ultra saturated color image, which then, when all 3 combined, produces, as we go to the next slide, you know, the final image that we see, which is a sort of a muted color rendering, where if you go up close, you can also see the remnants of the LCD screens that make up the ground of the underpainting. Next slide, please. Here are some installation shots of a recent solo show I had at Künstlerhaus Bethanien in Berlin, you know, where you can see the images of the work sort of in context, along with some 3D works. If we move to the next slide, please. So you can see some of the works that I was referencing previously, alongside some other works as well. So we have the landscape of Nevada, alongside the landscape of the Congo, and then various different plant matter that sit on the periphery of these global mineral mines. Next slide, please. Along with, as I mentioned, some 3-dimensional works where I've been producing a specially produced filament. If we go to the next slide, please. Which, like the paintings, is made up of the material that it seeks to depict. So if we look at this vase here with the flowers are actually some of the same flowers that are represented in some of the 2-dimensional images. In this case, they're made up of copper. And the vase that we see is a vase which I've designed, but is produced in China within the vernacular of Chinese landscape painting. But although you can't see it in this slide, if you look close up, the image that it actually represents is of a copper processing facility that exists, I think, within the Congo in Central Africa. Next slide, please. So all of the images that I've shown you so far were made by outsourcing the printing process to another printer. Very much how, you know, we work with contemporary inkjet printing or contemporary photo printing. You know, the expense of these pieces of kit means that the printing is often outsourced, but as we know, that can produce a certain kind of process where it becomes very difficult to have these kind of intuitive feedback loops that one might have, certainly if one were painting, but also if one is making their own prints within a traditional printmaking studio. And so recently, in the last couple of months, I've sourced my own UV printer that I can use in the studio and work much more intuitively with. Although unlike a conventional UV flatbed printer, this is actually a vertical printer. Works with a rail that you can see, and then a vertical access so you can print directly onto the wall, or in my case, print directly onto the canvas. There's very few companies that I'm aware of internationally that are making these. One that is based in Germany, another based in Japan. If any of you are familiar with the work of Avery Singer, Her recent body of paintings have been made using a piece of kit like this from a Japanese manufacturer. This is actually from a Chinese manufacturer based in Wuhan. If we can go to the next slide, please. We should see a close-up of the printer in action, and this next slide is actually a video. So if we could turn on the video, please, that would be great. And so what you're looking at here is crushed DVDs, which then we have like a white silhouette layer, and then I'm just going over on top of that with a second color layer. I can't see the video on my screen, so I don't know if you can see the video at your end. I apologize if you can't, but essentially the printhead is moving sort of up and down, and there's a UV light which is curing the ink, and I hope that by having my own printer I can start to program it a little bit more directly. So for example, turning off the UV light means that the material is then still manuable, and with the help of sort of like painting solvents, you can start to manipulate the material and move it around the canvas before then curing it and then printing on top of with multiple layers. So whereas previously I've printed up to 3 layers, I can now, with using the printer myself, print any number of layers, but I think more intuitively have this sort of feedback loop process whereby you see what's working and what isn't, and then make changes to files accordingly, and print almost immediately. Next slide, please. Okay, it seems to have, yeah, and then so, yeah. There we go. I can see that now. So here is the final result of that image that you saw being made previously. Next slide, please. And so the next slide is a close-up of the image. And it's hard to see on these screens in these presentations, but what I do like about the process and the fact that you can control the Z-axis of the printer means that tends to soften the image a little, so that when you're dealing with relatively small stock images that have a low resolution, the process naturally softens them a little, which can be quite helpful when making sort of large, sort of like painterly like images. But what I've noticed is that it also sort of softens the image, and it starts to then inhabit the vernacular of painting, albeit the vernacular of airbrush painting. So for those of you who are familiar with airbrushing and the kind of mark making that it creates, I've noticed that by printing with the UV printer and having the print head sort of raised from the surface, it softens the image a little, which is more akin to airbrush painting, which is something that I'm trying to play with. Next slide, please. And so in this next slide, we also have a video. So if you could hit play on the video, please, and we'll see if this will work. It should be a stop motion animation of a painting in progress. I don't know if it's going to play. Maybe the bandwidth isn't quite as wide as it should be. Oh, it seems to be working on my end, so hopefully it's working on your end too. So we can see it's overlaying a layer of white before it then goes over and overlays a color layer, and you can see me coming into the shot periodically. That's because although the printhead does have a sensor on it, when printing on canvas I have to turn the head sensor off, and so I'm manually checking that the printhead isn't too far away from the canvas, and or that it isn't going too close and brushing up against it. If we go to the next slide, please, we should have one more stop motion. Oh, we have an image of the final work, and then if we go to the next slide, we should see one final video stop motion. I think we can run the stop motion, please. And then we see it working in progress. And again, you can see me having to come into shot and check everything's right. It takes a lot of time to set up the canvas so it's perfectly straight, using a lot of shims and mirror plates and so forth. And then having to refill the ink halfway through the print, because even though it's designed to produce these large sort of mural scale works, it needs constant refilling. So although it's sort of in one way at the forefront of printing technology, it's actually at the same time very, very low tech and very, very high maintenance. And then if we come to that last slide, you see the sort of the final result of the printer. And so the fact that it's sort of like a little low quality in some ways actually works, quite well for me. That sort of like a low tech aesthetic. And as I mentioned, I've sort of moved from the photographic through to the print, and what I hope to do in the future is through building up sort of various layers of different opacities and building up glazes, combining this with other materials of actual physical analog paint, but using the fact that the vertical printer is printing according to the conventions of painting directly onto the canvas on the wall rather than flatbed printing. You can start to make the ink drip, you can manipulate it, and hopefully in the future produce works that move from the photographic and the print and into the painterly. And so thanks very much. I will finish there and look forward to discussing further in the Q&A. Thank you.
Thank you, Rhys. That's another fascinating talk and presentation. All three talks this morning I found to be remarkable in terms of the depth of research and how that fits with the creative outputs that are taking place. So really quite remarkable. We've had great viewer engagement with the talks. And we've got a number of questions. I've been writing notes. I've got masses all over the table. I'll just before I turn to the questions that have come in for us, and I will use those questions from viewers before any of my own questions. To be fair to the people who've sent things in, I will just note that for me, all three speakers, to me, their work appears to centre on reappropriation of materials, of found materials and other resources. This mining of resources and materials, and Rhys then has made quite a literal a reference to literal mining and stripping of the earth. And that was the reason I wanted to bring these three talks together, because it does seem it's around appropriation, reappropriation, this hybridity of elements, and this continuous cycle between the digital and the analog as well. This ongoing movement between those mediums. So that was just to really sort of give my sort of contextual overview of why I brought your three talks together. Now, I will look at the questions, some of the questions we've got, and these will be individual questions in the first instance, and we'll begin with you, Francis. Forgive me. Actually, for Francis and Mick, but we'll take one at a time rather than just trying to talk across each other. This is from Andrew Bracey. So Mick, you can also consider this as well. Andrew's said, I'm interested in whether you see any influence going back to the things you are using. You clearly are gaining from them. And Andrew's suspicion is that what you do, you gain from them also. I mean, it's sort of a bit of a complex question, but I suppose, sorry, I'm going to interpret this question, that what you're taking from and you're putting back in, what do you gain from the materials that you're using, Francis? If you can answer that.
it's not simply a formal thing of going back to a particular point in history. I have a personal connection. I'm half Dutch. My grandfather was a painter. I was taken around museums when I was a child. This imagery that I'm using is quite familiar. I think, to answer the first part of the question, possibly, I'm not simply taking from that imagery. I'm also, in a sense, transforming it so that it can be understood differently now. And I think more than that, I'm doing that from a very personal point of view. I'm taking a personal take on that work, if you like. So I hope I'm not just taking from it. I hope I'm giving back to it. But it is also this business of coalescing the historical image and the contemporary interpretation. This is this fusion of horizons, which I find very interesting with Gadamer. But that also that you mentioned something right at the very beginning, I think when you and I were just talking, is that this is a never-ending process. So that I only see myself as a very small part in that.
Okay. Yeah, thanks for that. Actually, the point you make there about a never-ending process, this is it touches on a question that's come through from Dylan Woolley about where potentially does this stop? And forgive me, Dylan, I'm going to embroider on that a little bit. And this applies to all of you, but I'll ask you, Mick, as well. With this, well, particularly with yours, Francis, and yours to a degree, Rhys, the back and forth between moving from the digital into the analog, which can then move back into the digital and so forth. And I can see, Rhys, now you're saying how you're going to turn off the UV light on the printer so that then gives further manipulation and moves into a sort of almost an analog way of working. Mick, I'll just ask this of you then. Do you see, you created 200 prints, which I get the inference that they are finished works in a sense, or am I wrong? Are they a part of this continuous, potentially never-ending process? I just wonder what you think about that, Mick, because I think yours felt to be, forgive me, I may have misunderstood this, but compared to Francis, where Francis was talking about going from digital to analog, back to digital and analog, I just wondered if you continue this process and you see it never-ending.
Yeah, that's one of the aspects. That's one of the reasons I wanted to create, if you like, a dark archive. I think to not have at my disposal infinite images, but actually something that's bounded and that has a sense of temporality and space to it. I think for me, I mean, I'm not really. So I think for me, the switch between analog and digital is not so important as the potential of collage and montage as well, and as a productive process. I think the other aspects, and it actually came from thinking about, especially what Francis was saying. For me, one of the key aspects that comes through interrogation and archive, I think that's the other thing, the methodology that come from archives. I'd say as much from my own experience from analog, real archives, paper archives, which I've done a lot of work in, is this aspect of composition, organization, the aggregation, how material comes to light, which I think is no more. How do one say? There's no more freedom of that with the digital. One just has to keep using strategies to, I think, bring things to the surface. And I think, in a way, that's a way of describing what collage is. You're always obscuring something. You're always, in a sense, bringing something to a surface. So that's what I'm not answering your question at all, Carl, but that's what interests me, I think, much more. And
I just
sorry.
I was just watching that. I just wonder for you, Mick, from the infinite resource that you are drawing from, how, and forgive me if you did touch on this, how do you select out of this infinite resource? I mean, Laura Hopkins talks about atemporal, and you were touching on Francis yourself. It is sort of vast lateral repository where it's no, sorry, I can't remember how you put it, the chronology you were talking about, Francis, is sort of lost. It's it's not asynchronous, that's not quite the right word, but there's this atemporality, and it's infinite. And I just wondered for you, Mick, how do you choose from an infinite supply of images?
Well, it's not. It's finite, but I think the recombinations are infinite, or the combinations, or the way they're composed is infinite. But it can be incredibly intuitive. It's actually just about a feeling for the material. At the moment, I'm very interested in making sort of very aggregate, almost compounded images. So I select quite knowingly. Also, 'cause by now I know the material very well. I just select the images, but I have another strategy, which is I tag all the images, and I use the tags to bring things to the surface. So I'm using that to, in a sense, break my habits, or however one wants to think about that. And potentially, I mean, it's not something I'm close to. There's obviously, with the tags, there's an AI aspect to that could easily be used, but I'm nowhere near that, I'm afraid. It's an interesting potential, but tagging, I think, has been surprising in the sense of, especially because of one of the conversational tropes is juxtaposition. So you bring two things together, basically, and to use something that's I'd say is quite random, compounded in a sense. In that sense, is quite interesting. But yeah.
So just going to revert, because Francis, you were drawing. I think this was the.
Sorry, you're breaking up, Carl.
Sorry, can you hear me?
But you're breaking up. That's why I hear.
Francis, you're drawing this resource, and forgive me, Mick, you are pulling on a particular resource. For you, Mick, though, and actually you, Francis, as well, and forgive me, not to get you talking across each other, but I just wonder what you both thought in terms of this potential for infinite variation in what you produce. Mick, you're making collages, and how it comes together, where you think, yeah, this is a point at which I want to leave that particular image. Does that occur? How does that happen for you, Francis? How does that happen?
Yeah, that's why I make the point, really, when I did the 4 very large meat composites, is that I'm sure this is a common experience, is you find yourself getting carried away with something, and then it starts taking you off in other directions that you haven't anticipated. But I also quite enjoy making myself, in a sense, come back to the source, because there's more still there to be mined. And I think, coming back to another point that I made, which is this business that all of us at the moment will see a historical painting or a source, in the same way Warburg did as well, which is that you see it from the point of view of your own time and your own position and your own context. And when you're making work, that context and that position changes even as you're working. So it's a continual thing. But I'm really interested to hear your talk on Warburg and the way that you're using that as a methodology, because in a sense, Warburg is really important for that, for recognizing the importance of looking at historical objects achronically, which is in a sense anachronically, so that it is actually, there's an awful lot to be revealed by not looking at something in its chronological context, because that is always structured by other people. And with Warburg, looking at objects in terms of similarity or difference or gesture or whatever, it's fascinating. And in a sense, when you come to work with historical art, that in a sense is what the imperative is to find things which are, if you like, outlying aspects of that work of art. And that's what you can work with. And the reason you can work with it is because you are coming from a very particular perspective. Yes, it's connected to society and culture and all the rest of it, but you are bringing something very personal, and it's that that interaction which then reveals something that wasn't seen or known in that original work before, if that makes sense.
Absolutely. I just wanted to make what your thoughts are on what Francis has just said there about the interaction.
It's very interesting, and obviously, I imagine because Frances was using a lot of Didi Huberman, she's very aware of, Warburg, at least through who's a fantastic commentator on it. But I think that the anachronistic aspect is really important. Now, that's what this whole thing of, like, I suppose, the hybrid aspect, being able to shuffle them, is about. And actually, I mean, I've done work in the Warburg archive and the photo collection, which is anachronic. All the images, the iconological images, are by they're categorized in terms of what the icon is, what the iconography is. They're not in terms of time or anything like that. So it's automatically within a certain type of categorization, which cuts right through that. Not that was particularly Warburg's invention, by the way. That was somebody else. But and I find that very interesting. And I think the computer, I think the way one digitally archives, there's something about that which gives rise to those sorts of things. But you were asking, I think as well, Carla, about when is something finished or something like that. I think it's like, how do you come to a conclusion? I mean, the thing I would say there is, I mean, I don't think I kind of stop. I have actually revisited. I've done it quite often. Revisit the same collage and reorder it, or I go back into the layered version rather than the flattened image, and I'll actually use the layered version, if you like, as an archive, because there's cuts, there's whatever, you know, that aspect. Actually, it has its own. It creates its own archive in a strange way, which is quite an interesting resource.
An ongoing resource. That's fascinating. And actually, whilst we're drawing on archive, to bring you in, Rhys, regarding the use of your appropriation of stock images, I found that fascinating. Where you said you're using stock images as a metaphor for the sort of the digital tech companies that put these out, and I like how you said stock images are defined. A stock image is defined by its remoteness. And it only sort of takes effect when it is appropriated, and that you're using images of landscape and of flora and fauna, so feeding on from that, my initial thoughts on that. Phil Harris has asked, are the repurposed images of flowers an intentional strategy to suggest our complacent awareness, willful on the part of all of us in the West, of the impact of the tech we use, consume and discard? So I suppose why flowers particularly, if I'm underlining what Phil's asked there for you, Rhys?
Yeah, I mean, I guess there's a number of reasons, but I think that sort of being on that cusp of different times, and sort of thinking about the present time that we're in relation to like previous eras of colonization. And so if we look at sort of the time that we're in and trace that back to the Industrial Revolution, that also sits alongside colonization. And, you know, that's where you have kind of the development of museums, and you have the sort of transplanting of these species of flower and vegetable, which then become part of the vernacular of culture, if you like. You know, whether it's vegetation, or it's whether it's ornamental flowers, those start to become trinkets, if you like, of exploration and of colonization for certain classes of people, as do mass-produced goods as well. And so, I think that, there's something about the use of flowers which sort of taps into that period of history and sort of draws links between sort of neo-colonial approaches to global trade versus historic colonial constructs. And then also, I think, as the question said, about this relationship to the land and to plant matter and to this sort of literal transplanting of the landscape, and this sense of creating a new topography or creating a new set of plant life and sort of like biological material based on the Anthropocene, I suppose.
I thought that the slides you had of the close-up of the surfaces of the material. I was writing a note, Rhys, about when you were showing the slides of the surfaces. I was putting the beauty of the surfaces created through the crushed shredded digital hardware, and I was struck by the connection back to the sense of the surface of the earth and landscape. And just as I was writing that, you started saying about how it's a return to the earth and landscape. And obviously, I'm presuming that you're very aware of, you were talking about the different colours in the different types of materials that you use, and it is very. I find that quite beautiful. The sort of metaphorical and almost quite literal return to the earth. I mean, you mentioned that's how did that sort of conscious strategy come about, or how did it occur?
Well, yeah, okay. I mean, just to sort of comment a little bit on the sort of the Earth-like structure. When I was first using the material, it had the sort of complexion of dust, which I was very sort of interested in. But for sort of practical reasons, I had to seal it with sort of 5 layers of an acrylic binder, an acrylic sealer, so that the material is workable. You can transport it, you can print on it, you can handle it, because otherwise it would just sort of deteriorate. But what happened then, it's a little bit like if you've got sort of a dry day with a sort of a dusty ground, and you sprinkle water on it, it turns to mud. And so aesthetically, that was problematic for me initially, but it actually sort of brings about, in some of them more than others, you get these sort of very interesting earthy tones, where it feels, literally like it's being returned to the earth of the land. But I think in terms of sort of how it came about, in a way, the sort of the work, I don't want to say it makes itself, but first of all, there was the material. There was the sites in China that I was photographing, and if anyone's familiar with the work of Edward Badinsky, I'd been following his work and actually sort of visited some of the sites that he had photographed, and I just made bad Edward Badinskys. They weren't sort of very interesting photographs. And it wasn't actually a few years later that I was actually crushing rocks. So I was working with this sort of organic material of metamorphic rocks, and sort of interested in a process of sort of plastination, whereby molten rock meets plastic and forms these new sort of rock formations. And I was then crushing this material into a fine powder to then try to make a 3D printable substrate. And I think the moment where those things sort of came together for me, then it occurred to me that I could almost shred almost any material in theory, and then use that as a base to make a 3D printable substrate, and then therefore produce sculpture. So produce this thing out of the material that could become something else. And then therefore existed the potential, then at least as a ground, to do that with painting and photography. And I've since been talking with a physicist who works in nanotechnology, who believes he can help me actually use the material to create ink that is printable through a conventional inkjet printer. So I think that's the moment where all of those things come together. And so it's just as much about sort of the rise of Trump and Brexit as it is about the Anthropocene and our disjointed relationship to the landscape. It's sort of all of those things coming together.
And just to follow on from that, and give me that. Yeah, it's all fascinating what we're discussing here. The question from Abby Shug that sort of touches on that as well in terms of this surface, and I'm going to come back to flatness and surface in a second, picking up on what you were saying, Mick and Francis. Do you consider as well that there's great emphasis on this sense of return to the earth for your surfaces, but does it also allude to the digital screen, possibly, and the interface? Do you feel, or not? This is Abid's asking that.
Yeah, absolutely. So the sort of the colored landscape that I showed that was sort of muted color, it's actually a desert space in Nevada where there gold mining sort of takes place. And so that image is sort of reflected and sort of based on the experience that we have of looking at a blank black screen. So if you turn your interface off, whether it's your phone or your laptop or your tablet, you know, you're confronted with this reflective black screen that is reflecting us and the world around us, the landscape around us. And so I wanted in that work to make a work which was metaphorically represented of the screen, figuratively represented of the screen in terms of its form and color and so forth, but also was literally made of the screen. And so that work is made of crushed cell phone screens. So some of the earlier close-ups that I showed, where you have that sort of like black monochrome, sort of like charcoal gray, almost black complexion, is what makes the underpainting of that work, and then the color image which goes on top then completes the image. And so yes, it's both a metaphorical representation of the screen and a literal one. And of course, all of these works were made, you know, during the course of the pandemic that we've been going through. So this you know, notion of the screen as being this sort of essential element in which we view the world, and the construct of which is staining that experience. Yeah, very much so. Very much part of the thinking behind that.
Sorry, I wasn't meaning to interrupt you, Rhys. I just want to carry on. I will ask about flatness and surface just in a second, but just a very quick technical question for you, Rhys, in terms of how do you literally crush the components that you use? That's a question that's come in. Just quick. It's a quick.
Okay, yeah. Good question. You can get commercial shredders. They tend to be quite expensive. There was a Dutch designer that I came across who designed a series of machines for making filament and for shredding plastic, and put all these designs open source online. And the idea being that anyone in the world could download these, and if you had access to a welder and to like a plasma cutter, as you do in most parts of the world, you could get these machines fabricated, so that instead of, you know, having them produced in one part of the world and shipped to another at a very great carbon cost, you know, you could produce these machines locally and recycle plastic, which is a great project. And so I used those designs, produced my own shredding device, which I would use in the studio. The problem with that was that it was really geared up for shredding sort of everyday plastic bottles and bags and so forth. It wasn't really geared up for thick, heavy consumer electronics. And so it didn't last very long. It broke several times. I've had to fix it several times. I'm in the process of working with a German manufacturer who manufacture food waste shredders, electronic waste shredders, all sorts of shredders, but that can exist at a micro level rather than at sort of a high-end manufacturing level. So I'm in the process of saving up for one of those. And actually for the CDs and DVDs, I use like a smoothie maker, you know, a blender. There's a particular form of blender which has kind of an eccentric CEO, and he does these YouTube videos where he basically blends household objects to sort of prove the versatility of his product and how strong it is. And so I actually, you know, bought you know, and would use that for the shredding of the DVDs. I should just point out that it's one of those things which is like, don't do this at home. So I should just point out that when I use all these materials, it's in a dedicated room with ventilation. I use a hazmat suit and goggles. I use shoes that I only wear in that room, so I don't contaminate it and take it into other spaces. So if there's anyone watching and thinking about using unconventional materials, you just have to be really careful of that, because there's all sorts of carcinogen materials in there that you have to be very careful of, not inhaling or getting on your skin and so forth.
Thank you for pointing that out, Rhys. As we've got, for the people who are watching, that's very useful. I'm just going to turn to the sort of the question that I have around you with the 2D works, because I'm just primarily for you, Francis and Mick, it's 2D. I know that Rhys, you've got 3D elements. Flatness and surface dimension, and you, Francis, I was fascinated by the meat works where you've made sort of paid works again, and you have shadows comes into play. And I just wondered, just your thoughts on. Forgive me, there's a bit of echo. The thoughts on the disruption of flatness or the reinforcement of flatness, disruption through use of shadow or reinforcement. What effect that has, or why you want to play with that in the work?
Okay, so I think one of the things for me is that I used to be somebody who made objects, and actually I find it very difficult to work on a flat surface. My inclination is always to lift it off or to make it into something. But I want to be working with flatness now, but I like the idea that flatness can be ambiguous. So I managed to source nothing as ambitious as what Rhys is talking about, but I did manage to source these incredibly long pins on the internet. So I was able to pierce the discrete parts of the collage onto a board and allowing space in between and then space behind. And I'm just messing around with just, IKEA lights and whatever. That's all I need to do, in a sense, to be getting ideas moving. And what I noticed was that not only was I getting shadows between them, but I was getting this very odd penumbra as well, a penumbra behind the thing. And that also depended on times of day. Now, I can't, but at an inception of a project, which is what really I was showing you in the second half, it's how I go about starting off something new. And actually what that is by going all over the place, and then things start bouncing off one another. So I knew that shadows might be useful. So I took those just, with an iPad, just take those photos, slam them into a folder, and I know that they're there and I can come back later. I think that's in a sense the way that Mick is talking about as well. But then I was really interested in what I wanted to do with this composite idea. But in a sense, if you're doing something for the first time, you really need to investigate it properly. And so I needed to know how to do that, how to make sure I could meld these different pieces together, so that, in a sense, what I also mentioned in my presentation with this business of juxtaposition and wrongness, but in those meat figures, I actually wanted rightness. I wanted these things which had come from different paintings, weren't in the right anatomical place, on the figure, but how did I make it believable? And that is really when you start, I think I'm right in saying that you move then from collage in the way that Mick understands it to making a composite. And that composite is on the way to being a hybrid. It's not quite a hybrid because you can still see the individual parts, but in a sense, it's the thing about making a flat image, not for everyone, but certainly in the history of painting, the challenge has been to make a flat image look believable. So there's an element of artifice in there. What I began to be interested in by doing that little shadow experiment with the pins and then setting it up in just a sort of a mock-up of a little theatre, with throwing the shadows on, is how do you then make the flat object believable when somebody knows it's a flat object? And that's when that moment, when that waft of air came in and switched the thing round the other way, I just thought, oh, there's stuff going on here. And that's also the point, incidentally, where I started bending the arm of the and the leg of whatever. So it began to dance. And yet you knew it was a flat object. So I think that what interests me about that sort of flatness, and incidentally also going back to some of the 16th and 17th century paintings, where in northern painting, early modern painting, they're not yet employing the perspective techniques, Italian perspective techniques, 1-point perspective and all the rest of it. What they're doing is often, because they're so proud of these objects and they want to show them off, particularly in the 16th century, is that they're staging them on these sort of flattish sets, which they lift up the perspective in the sense the plane is lifted up. What's really important for them is you see all these objects, so it's really important that they don't overlap too much. And yet they still manage to look believable. But I think they're believable in the particular type of zeitgeist, worldview, ways of seeing of that period. And I think that possibly the correlation there is that if you were watching telly in the 1970s, which Rhys obviously wasn't, but some of us were, if you now see a program that was filmed in the 1960s or 70s, it looks weird. It looks different from how we see it now. And I have a feeling that with those 16th century still lifes, even though they appear flat to our eyes, I think they were believable at that time. And I think that's the challenge for us, really, with a flat image, particularly because I quite like this idea of now moving the flat image into a sort of a staged context. How do you make that flatness believable? Because it's an artifice. And I'm quite interested in that. Yeah.
Thank you for that. Thank you for that, Frances. I'm really sorry that we're going to have to bring the Q&A to a close. I'm sorry because it's going to drop something there. I'm always conscious of time at the event, so I do apologise that we can't take this further. Again, I keep using this word fascinating. I find this all fascinating in terms of what the work that you're producing. I think is beautiful and intriguing, and just think it's great. And how you explicate it as well, and the thinking behind it is wonderful. There are one or two little questions that students have sent through to do with technology use, and I think if you're okay, there's one for you, Frances, and I'll email you that. It's just a simple question, but rather than getting drawn into that now, it's about software and things like that. I can just email you that if that's okay. But I'm really grateful that you've come along and you've spoken today. Hopefully you'll be able to stay with us and listen to the talks that are about to come this afternoon. Again, thank you very much. It's appreciated you giving of your time. How things are going to pan out now is that we're going to have a break for lunch, and we're going to come back at 12:55. Interesting time of 12:55, so that my colleague Phil can introduce the afternoon session for 5 minutes and lead us into the talks of Theresia Stipp, Clare Strand and Elias Wessel, talking around photography's relationship to painting. So that will be at 12:55. Once again, thank you, Frances, Rhys and Mick. It's been an absolute pleasure. Sorry it couldn't have been longer. But I look forward to hearing about or seeing your further progress with your work as well. So for now, it's we'll say bye-bye to you. See you later.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you again. Okay.
Great. Thank you. Bye.
I can now.
think you're on, Phil.
Am I? Okay, I didn't get the. All right, okay, I assume I'm on. To apologise, everyone. It's a minute early. Never mind, I can cope with that. Thank you very much, everybody, for joining us this afternoon for the final, well, a penultimate actually session for DPP, because we have a final session at 3 o'clock until just past 4. So this session is going to deal with artists who deal with the relationship between photography and painting. If anything, it's going to be anything like this morning, it's going to be absolutely stunning. I have to say, congratulations to Carl for organising a superb event. So this afternoon, we are delighted to introduce Theresia Stipp, Clare Strand and Elias Wessel. And we have Alessia first, and I'm just going to read you a biography for her. So Theresia Stipp is an art historian and museum educator at Sprengel Museum, Hanover. She studied art history at the Freie Universität Berlin, focusing on photography. In her master thesis with Professor Dr. Peter Geimer, she critically discussed colorized photography from the American Civil War. Theresia has worked among others at Temporäre Kunsthalle Berlin, Museum for Photography Brunswick and Kunstmuseum Wolfsburg. Her current curatorial work includes the exhibition Zeitsammlung übermalt Fotografie in der Zeitgenössischen Kunst. I hope I got that right. In 2019 at Sprengel Museum, Hanover, as well as the online and physical project, The Things I Tell You Will Not Be Wrong by Scope Hanover, a biennial for photography and Kunst. So I'm delighted to introduce Theresia to this wonderful event. So over to you, Theresia. Thank you.
Thank you, Phil, for this kind of introduction, and also to Carl for giving me a possibility to talk here. Among all, and I'm just going to gaze
at the camera. I think it's going to happen.
So, and yeah, I will talk about a topic that I've been interested in for quite a few years, and that's the painted photograph. And it still amazes me really that a practice as common as painting photographs has been studied so little until now. As you may know, the earliest known colored photographs were made by the Swiss daguerreotypist and miniature painter Johann Baptist Isring back in 1840, where he exhibited his own hand-colored daguerreotypes in Zurich. And that's only 1 year after the daguerreotype was invented and presented in Paris. Despite all this and all very common practices as colloquial and or the painted photograph as a practice as colloquial as well as means of artistic expression, there has been very little studying of the topic. And I think until now we still don't really know what happens when a photograph is painted. So this is one of the questions that led us to the exhibition at Sprengel Museum, Hanover, that I would like to talk about today. Next slide, please. And that is, the exhibition was called Gezielte Setzung übermalte Fotografie in der zeitgenössischen Kunst, which I would translate to placing deliberately painted photography in contemporary art, and that took place in summer-autumn of 2019. I co-curated the show with Stefan Kronert, who's the curator of photography at Sprengel Museum, and I only joined the team after he had already made the selection of artists. However, I was able to help with the selection of the works during studio visits and so on. The exhibition was a smaller show featuring the work of those 9 contemporary artists that you can see on the next slide. Just the names. About 80 works in 6 rooms. We focused our attention on artists from the German-speaking context, just in order to give sort of a first concise overview about the topic. Artists were chosen in their different ways to visually apply paint on photographs. We were not interested in sort of invisible manipulations of the image, but rather of artists that made this manual adding of color subject in the image. In the first room, we showed the works of Arnulf Reiner, Sigmar Polke, and Gerhard Richter, who sort of represented the first generation of artists using painted photography in the second half of the 20th century. And the following 7 rooms showed very recent work from younger artists, Shan Buhl, Helen Pfeiffer, Sabrina Jung, Peter Klare, Florian Merkel, and Anna Vogel. And you can see there that we were more interested in showing a new appearance of painted photography during about the last 10 years. And we presented each artist individually, so like little solo shows and more in an intention to show the varied possibilities of the practice. In our exhibition, we made a first simple observation, and that is, in the painted photograph, the photograph comes first and the painting second. The artist has to react to the photographic image and make painterly decisions accordingly. In that sense, we have to think more about the function of painting for the photograph, not the other way around. In my talk now, I would like to look at the topic in two different ways. After a short historical contextualization, I will present three of those artists individually, Peter Klare, Helen Pfeiffer, and Shannon Buhl, on the next slide, just highlighted there. And I will look at the function of painting in some of their exemplary work. And then second, I would like to take a grander view, asking, is it possible or even useful to make general, more theoretical observations that apply to all the different practices? And maybe it is even possible to find first answers to the question, what happens when photographs painted on? And I will look at this question in terms of indexicality and temporality of the painted photograph. So to sort of give a first historical framework to contemporary practices or practices nowadays, we dedicated the first room, as mentioned above, to the painted photograph in the middle of the 20th century, starting in the 1960s. This is when photography enters the art world on a larger scale, and so does the painted photograph. Interesting in this first appearance is that, unlike its first applies in the 19th century, painted photography is then not really used by photographers as much, who are still working hard to have the medium accepted as art. So photographers are slowly entering art institutions, and at the same time, artists from other media take up photography into their own work. It's welcomed as a cheap colloquial medium that doesn't yet carry the art historical baggage of painting. For painters such as Arno Freiner, photography gives the possibility to expand and question the borders of the medium. And his ferocious overpaintings are often iconoclastic and deeply symptomatic of the crisis of painting in that time. Probably all know his work. Photography further becomes an essential aid to ephemeral art forms such as land art or performance, as you know. And in some cases, the photograph is also painted as a final stage, such as the case, for example, with Raleigh Export, whose famous serious body configurations also include some images that carry red or black ink. Raleigh Export was not in our show, but I think she should have been in that first room. So whereas Arno Freiner or Gerhard Richter a little later have created an expansive oeuvre of overpainted photography, it's more often the case that painted photographs turn up in an artist's work, like in one or two instances, along with many other hybrid uses of different media, such as the case with Raleigh Export, and we all know it's symptomatic of the time and is still the case today. So one question would be, whenever artists use painted photographs, what does that mean for their own work? Are they and how does that go? Interact with the larger work? But this is probably a question for some other time, or maybe for the written text. So as we stated in the exhibition, the practice of painting photographs seems to recede around the turn of the millennium, at least in Germany. Gerhard Richter is somehow a little bit in between. He starts painting photographs in the 80s, but only exhibits them in 2008, so he's sort of in between, but he belongs to an older generation. But around the turn of the millennium, there is the predominance of the Düsseldorf school and artists such as Andreas Gursky, Thomas Ruff, Candida Höfer, and photography's new emancipation in the art world. So their confident use of color photography may have had an impact on the recession of painted photographs. It's also a time of predominant digital manipulation in art that outshines manual practices. And nowadays there seems to be a general renaissance in manual practices of photography. The darkrooms rediscovered, and so are photographic processes from the 19th century. There's a renewed interest in the aesthetics of analog photography. So maybe painting photographs affiliates with this desire for the manual in photography. It may even be directed against some digital editing practices in photography, in photographic works such as that of Gursky and others. What is interesting nowadays is that this new appearance of painted photographs, unlike before, that there are many artists who come from photographic backgrounds. So of those six artists we showed, 3 of them have a background in photography, such as Florian Merkel, who studied photography in Leipzig, Sabrina Jung as well at Folkwang Uni in Essen, which is a university focusing more on photography, and Anna Vogel, who has self-studied with Andreas Gursky and Thomas Ruff. For some reason, I chose to speak about Shannon Buhl, Helen Pfeiffer, and Peter Clare, who more come from painter and sculpture, but I will, see why I made this decision to talk about those 3. I will start with Peter Clare on the next slide. He describes himself as an adventurous painter pushing the boundaries. And his main work actually consists of large abstract paintings that are formed into loose shapes or sometimes covered in fur, moving them towards sculpture. Clare has developed several series of painted photographs using analog color film, which he prints himself in the darkroom. He called the practice of developing analog color film comparable to making sculptures. In Hanover, we showed some large color sequence that Clare painted over with aluminium pigmented gouache. And the photos or the basis for them were taken with a point-and-shoot camera while driving through Montevideo and LA, capturing fleeting moments in time and limiting control over the content of the image. So let's take a closer look at the image on the left on the next slide. It's called Rambla Poquitos, after the shoreline of the Rio de la Plata in Montevideo, where the image was taken. Rio de la Plata means river of silver, which probably inspired the choice of color of paint. On the picture we can see what seems to have been a cityscape has been covered with shimmering silver. The street is still visible, and so is the sky. A car seems to have just escaped being painted over, and one of the 3 palm trees wasn't as lucky. And Clare says he uses overpainting to, quote, correct the image with the means of painting. And thus he opens up a playful rivalry between the 2 media, photography and painting. But what is there to be corrected? Is it the fact that photography has to reproduce what is in front of the camera and cannot leave anything out? So painting would therefore be used to extinguish what is superfluous. This attempt must stay futile because painting photographs never really extinguishes information from an image, but rather adds to it. And Clare knows that, and he shows that when he sometimes applies paint in a way that some details of the image become even more visible than before. If you look at the carefully colored in palm tree or the lampposts in the back, they might have gone unnoticed without the application of paint. And there's further a second need for correction for Clare, which seems a bit more personal. Clare revisited Montevideo in 2016 when the images were taken, and that was 30 years after he had lived there for a few months as a young man, back in 1986. So when he took looking at those images back in his studio in Berlin, photography's inadequacy to represent his memory must have become obvious. So when painting over this image, this is sort of a way to reach his own memory and open up new places or leave room for imagination and memory. I would like to continue with Helen Pfeiffer, the next artist, on the next slide. That's Peter Clare again. We showed those two overpainted photographs from the woods. I think I have to skip them because of time. Then next slide, please. This is Helen Pfeiffer, who was the youngest artist in our show. She studied sculpture at the University of Fine Arts in Karlsruhe. And her first works were sculptures that she made from scattered china that she glued back together. And you can see one of those sculptures out in the right corner. They are breathtaking, fragile-looking columns, and we were really worried whether this one would survive our exhibition. So this is why there's this white line on the floor, and we put it right in the corner. But we wanted to have her sculpture in that exhibition as well, because her painted photographs do actually say a lot about sculpture as well, as much as about painting and photography. And her own, she herself was or she found photography through the reproduction of her own sculptures, starting in 2012 and 13. Her first overpainted work were black and white photographs of scattered china sculptures that she added color to by hand. And she quickly changed that practice after, in the same years, to something you could call living sculptures. And you can see that on her really large format images. And we'll zoom into the one in the back on the next slide. Pfeiffer now creates elaborate stages, often made from paper, where she sets in figures wearing impossible costumes. This elaborate stage comes together for the moment of the photographic image, just to be disassembled again. This work, stage 1, shows one of those figures, and if you look closely, you may identify the figure in the middle to be a person bending backwards. It's covered in white and black fabric, and it's wearing something resembling a down jacket. It is abstracted away, leaving this figure hovering between performance and sculpture. And I feel that Vali Export's work also resonates in her work. The photo was painted over with 4 streaks of retouching paint in different colors, each visualizing one long strike of the brush. Some of them even recolor strikes of paint, the orange one on the floor, the yellow one as well, that were made on the white backdrop even before the photo was taken. Like Peter Clare, Pfeiffer takes the photographs for the final image herself, but in a very different manner. They are medium format film taken with a camera with waist level finder installed on a tripod. Every shot is planned and staged minutely, and like Clare's work, the photo is taken with the overpainting in mind. As mentioned, stage 1 is of course as much about photography's relation to sculpture and performance as it is about its relation to painting. It's interested in their reproduction. And when a sculpture is photographed, it is withdrawn from its space, forced from 3 to 2-dimensionality, fixed to one view, and scale is eliminated. At the same time, this transformation remains invisible because the photographed object is perceived in its spatiality and not in its flatness. But what does the final process of painting do to the image? Why not just stop with the photographed scene? I feel like the final color makes the pictorial quality of what is depicted visible in the first place. It leads the viewer's attention to the photograph surface. When the retouching color runs across the picture in long lines, as you can see on the left, the photograph's living sculpture is revealed in its 2-dimensionality. At the same time, contradicting this by the experience of spatiality when it picks up depth lines that are present in the picture. The color further creates a friction between those photographed strikes of paint and the final overpainting that is triggered by their different temporalities. I will come back to this later in the talk. But first I would like to take a look at Shannon Boole's work in the next slide, who uses photography in a completely different manner. Shannon Boole, born in Canada, has been a professor of painting at the Academy of Fine Arts in Mainz for 20 years. Her work includes tapestries, carpets, photograms, sculptures, installations, and paintings, often mixing fine art practices with materials associated with crafts. Photography is often included in the process. She has created a smaller body of painted photographs using found images rather than her own as a basis. You can see that they are really often tiny images, found footage, unlike Peter Clare and Helen Pfeiffer. Among others, in our exhibition, we showed her work, The Lips, 24 Horizontal Pouts, which you can see here on the right wall. It consists of 24 framed images of beaches. In each of them, Boole hand-painted a pair of lips into the sky. And we can see that on the next slide. Every image carries a famous woman's name as a title, like you can see Angelina, Rihanna, and the title suggests that it is their lips floating over the horizon. And Shannon Boole says, I tried my best to copy the lips of 24 celebrities. Maybe the next slide to have another example. Yeah. The Lips at work. The Lips is, of course, a quote of Man Ray's famous surrealistic painting, Observatory Time, The Lovers, from 1932-34. There, a huge pair of red lips hovers over a dark landscape in a clouded sky. The lips are those of his lover, Slee Miller, and the painting is interpreted as a reflection upon the end of a relationship and the loss of love. This is ironicized by, or Boole ironizes the projection of romantic love into landscape when she collects 24 images of sort of romantic beaches that are almost interchangeable. More so, her work is about, is part of her ongoing critique of modernist masculinity. Is this detached pair of lips in Man Ray's painting really an image of love, or not rather of fetishization? This fetishization is revealed as still prevailing in the assertion of those celebrities' lips. Again, I would like to ask for the function of painting in this work. Boole could have used collage or digital manipulation to bring those women's lips into the image. She has done so, or she has used digital collage in some of her work, but she painted them. It brings in the diligence of the copying act of painting that is seen against a fast photographic reproduction. It's also a reiteration of Man Ray's act of painting that I feel also reveals some guilty joy in following the celebrity's attraction. Let's stop here for a second and take a step back. There would, of course, be a lot more to say about each artist individually, but of course we need to move further. What I really wanted to show is how varied practices are, and this was also the main aim of our exhibition. Every artist uses photography and painting in very different manners, with different intentions and individual contexts. The question is whether it is possible or even useful to make general observations about the painted photograph. What does combine all practices is their visible application of paint onto a photographic image, as said above. It's a subject of the work, and it triggers questions of the medium. Each medium is seen in the light of the other, heightening aspects of it and leaving out others. This is, of course, true for any hybrid, but to me, painted photographs create a unique friction that needs to be described. This unique friction may just have historical reasons. In an attempt to describe and define what photography is, it has since its invention been above all other media read against painting. We have learned to read the painted photograph against itself. But maybe there's more to this friction. Maybe there's a way to determine something like a medium specificity of the painted photograph. And I'm just starting here with a few thoughts on that. With the help of some classics in photographic theory to think about that further. Although he never intended a theory of photography, but used photography as one of many examples to develop a theory of science, Charles and his peers made useful observation in this context. In his The Art of Reasoning, he understands photographs to be indexes as they have a physical connection between the photographed object and the photograph. This doesn't mean that both have to look alike. It's not a question of mimesis. It just means that there's a direct continuity between the object and its image due to the technical process of image making. This is different with painting. There's no indexical relation between the painted image and that what it is an image of. If we want to look at painting in terms of indexicality, then the continuity can only be found between the painted marks and the hand that made them, the artist. Isabel Graf writes that indexical signs in painting, quote, forcefully point to the absent author who seems to be somewhat physically present in them. Or even more, they evoke, quote, the ghost-like presence of their absent author. If we look at Shannon Boole's images of the works The Lips, although the painted lips may depict actual lips of the title-giving celebrities, there is of course no indexical relation to them, but only to the artist herself. Whereas the photographs of beaches do have an indexical relation to the places they were taken at. And what does that mean for the image as a whole, the painted photograph? One could say that it has become a hybrid of indexicalities pointing in opposite directions at the same time, towards a certain place or object and to the author of the applied paint. Moving. But now thinking about the referent of a photographic image leads me to my last point. And, maybe we can move to the next slide, just to have another image. As many have pointed out in his definition of a photograph as an indexical sign, Peirce overlooks the fact that there is a temporal gap between the object and the photograph. A photograph shows an object in the past. This has been most prominently shown by Roland Barthes in his Camera Lucida. Despite all the appropriate critique it has received, I still consider it relevant when thinking about the medium. What Barthes has done is moving photography's relation to reality away from the object towards a moment in time. According to Barthes, a photograph affirms that something really existed. Barthes writes, quote, the important thing is that the photograph possesses an evidential force and that its testimony bears not on the object but on time. Barthes has found the term, quote, that has been to phrase photography's essence. The photographic referent, therefore, is not an object but time itself. What is often neglected in the reading of Barthes is that he introduces a second time frame into his essential reading of photography. Looking at the photograph of Louis Paine right before his execution, Barthes introduces a dual temporality into his reflections on photography. He is dead and he is going to die. Phrasing it more generally, I read at the same time this will be and this has been. According to Barthes, there are in fact two times that meet in a photograph at the same time. The potential future of the moment of the photograph and that which is past to the present of the spectator. This dual temporality is paradoxical. The present of the past and the present of the spectator meet as simultaneous presence of the photograph. It's this dual temporality that the artist is confronted with when starting to paint. Painting a photograph then adds another layer of temporality to the image. Unlike photography, painting develops through a series of marks on the surface. It therefore marks and accumulates time, and does so, quote, simultaneously and ongoing. This is why, to David Joslet, painting is, quote, a live medium. To Isabel Graf, the artist's, quote, lifetime and labor is stored or at least seemingly stored in a painting and accounts for its liveliness. This is despite the fact that paintings are made, past tense, and we experience them when they are finished, unlike performances, theater, or music. The fact that the making of a painting evolves over time makes this evolution visible, and so on, accounts for its liveness. What effect does this have on the painted photograph? Stefan Kronert suggests that in the painted photograph, quote, a new dimension opens up and may even, quote, override the temporal aspect of the photograph towards an absolutization of the temporality of the act of painting. I would say it's true that painting a photograph changes its temporality, but I do not think the temporal aspect of the photograph can be overridden in the process. Painting a photograph always adds a layer, never extinguishes. It is in fact the photograph's pastness, the fact that what is seen is closed off and out of reach, that is part of the lure to start painting in the first place. The painted photograph needs photography's pastness. With it, Shannon Boole's beaches become unreachable and saturated with longing, paralleling this to the celebrity's lure. Peter Clare's lavish brushstrokes perform the futile attempt to bridge now and then. With Helen Pfeiffer, another layer of time enters the image. The building and painting process of the stage is pushed further into the past, into the before of the moment the photograph was taken. The final painting becomes an attempt to reanimate the frozen image. Again, we have to read the painted photograph as a hybrid of temporalities, where the photograph's temporality emerges to the surface to be stirred up with liveliness. And here I'm at the end of my presentation. Thank you.
Theresia, for that excellent presentation. We really enjoyed that. I'm delighted now to introduce Clare Strand. Many of you here, well, probably all of you here will know Clare Strand very well. You probably would have actually seen her in action in the various talks as well at Quad, and also at the Format Conference earlier in the year 2021,
and for the
in which she was
Q&A
our superb keynote speaker. Clare is an artist working with and against the photographic medium. Over the past 3 decades, she has worked with found imagery, kinetic imagery, web programs, and even fairground attractions. Most recently, her work entitled The Discrete Channel with Noise, for which she was nominated for the Deutsche Borsche Photography Foundation Prize in 2020, transforms gridded photographs into large-scale paintings via a human machine. Referencing widely from Roald Dahl's Wonka vision to Claude Shannon's mathematical theory of information, Clare explores the transformation of imagery and data in our time, when the misinterpretation, mismanagement, and misrepresentation of information, whether deliberate or accidental, has an increasing and overwhelming effect on our everyday life. So I'm delighted to have Clare talk to us. So Clare, over to you now. Thank you.
Right, hello. Can everyone see me? Phil? Hold on a second and show.
Okay, guys, are you able to help make Clare live?
How does it work? Can you hear me?
Oh, the exigencies of technology. Yes, you are audible, Clare.
Okay, and can you see my slideshow? Yes?
I'm going to go listen to Clare, guys. See you in a bit.
Claire's sharing the screen.
Do you want me to? Hello?
And we're back. Very, very sorry for that minor technical glitch there. It wouldn't be the same if there wasn't a minor technical glitch now, would there? So I'd like to introduce Clare Strand to you now. We're all ready to go. So Clare, over to you. Thank you very much.
Thank you. I do apologise about that. And my work is all about things going wrong, actually, so it's probably quite appropriate for my talk to start this way. I'm talking to you from Antwerp. I'm here on a residency at the moment, and I'm going to take this opportunity to say hello to my husband because I know that he's watching. I haven't seen him in 2 weeks, so hello, Gordon. And I'm sorry, I'm staying. No, I'm not. I am coming back. Any case, because of the technical problems I've had, Darby are going to be running my presentation for me, so there may be some kind of stops and starts within that, but we'll get through it. Okay, so thank you, Phil, for my introduction, but I'm going to introduce myself again. For those of you who don't know my work, I class myself as a photographer. My medium is photography, and my educational career is photographic. But for the last 10 years, I don't think I've made one photograph as part of my practice. In general, I've looked to other artistic disciplines to try and broaden discussion about the nature of the photographic medium. What I make may not look like photography, but there is a photographicness about it. I'm interested in what photography can do and what it can't, how it operates in the world, and how our understanding of it shifts over time. Can we press the first slideshow and start? It's a film.
All the wrong notes.
Okay, maybe it's not going to run through, which is going to be.
I'm playing all the right notes, but not necessarily in the right order.
Of headbanging against brick walls. However, with the advent of the internet, the brick wall has in some ways become more bouncy, though perhaps even more the confusing in the rebound. Photography is indeed everywhere and used by everyone, making the original intention and the sense of inquiry more relevant than ever. Having a good eye is no longer a requirement. Cameras and photographs don't even need humans. I don't have a style. I've worked with machinery, web programs, fairground attractions, and paintings. The intention and conceptualizing in my work is what I like to think is the core preoccupation, which provides the links within my practice. However, if there is to be some visual element, it would have to be the use of monochromatic materials. For me, the use of black and white and the various tones in between have been a palette I've continually returned to for both conceptual and psychological reasons. 20 years ago, I made a decision to make work only in monochrome because the visual world started to feel too busy for me. But also I wanted to make work in black and white to challenge the great canons of photography, mostly defined by men such as Ansel Adams and Cartier-Bresson, who promoted a photographic world of definites, along with the fetishization of the fine art print, a conversation that I have never felt any affinity with. In opposition, my own connection to images was first derived from magazines, manuals, and paperback books, images that were indeed mostly black and white, but poorly printed, utilitarian in their use, and part of the everyday visual world of information. Can I have my next slide, please? Considering my own feelings towards monochrome application, I was interested to read about the Cistercian monks in 1134 in the Abbey of Clairvaux, who made only monochrome stained glass. It was suggested that colour was a distraction, and black and white, or grisaille as it is now known, was far more suitable for meditation, signalling a shift to otherworldly spiritual connections. Their manuscripts refused illumination, colour being the forbidden fruit, as if to focus on what is important, colour should be eradicated. Like many conceptual approaches, by the 16th century, working in grisaille became an accepted, even popular aesthetic. Can I have my next slide, please? Working in grisaille helped to map light and shadow, not just in preparational work, but in the independent artworks in themselves. Is there a next slide? Okay. Artists working in grisaille were praised for their skill and their profound consideration permitted of a particular subject. And if we had our next slide now, we would see the Annunciation by Jan van Eyck, and this was particularly praised, this grisaille, for its sculptural qualities. And I thought I would just include I don't know if you can see it, but I was on Van Eyck Street the other day, so I thought to include it. I thought it was quite funny, quite pertinent, the coincidence of finding myself there when I was writing the talk. With the invention of photography around 1839, it would not be too much of a jump to suggest painting started on a more abstract direction. The camera could seemingly reflect reality, so why did it need painting? Although the black and whiteness of photography would certainly later influence painters' works. Can I have the next slide, please? For instance, the monochrome palette of Gerhard Richter, who used a grisaille to make reference to the photographs he appropriates. Next one, please. From a letter to Eddie de Wilde in 1975, Richter writes, "Grey, it makes no statement whatsoever. It evokes neither feelings nor associations. It is really neither visible nor invisible. It's inconspicuous, gives it the capacity to mediate, to make visible in a positively illusionistic way, like a photograph. It has the capacity that no other color has to make nothing visible." Can we click through again, please? And of course, Marlene Dumas, who often paints in monochrome, again referencing the photographic images from which she is painting. Next slide, please. Photography and painting have an interesting relationship. As someone who has worked with photography, painting is the more revered and superior of activities within the world of fine art. Next slide, please. The photograph, as German philosopher Wilhelm Flusser would describe it, is the technical image, which employs the use of apparatus, black boxes, to bring about an abstraction of reality. It is therefore the program of the apparatus that represents the world and not its user. Painting, he describes, as the traditional image, something more human and active and connected within the world. Quote, "This coordination of hand and eye, of acting and perceiving, of theory and praxis, is a main theme of being." The term technical is a word that has haunted photography. However, this technical haunting is something that attracts me, and this is why I work with it. Another relationship between painting and photography is that they both have experienced many deaths. The classic example, of course, being Paul Delarouche, who announced, "From today, painting is dead," after seeing a daguerreotype for the first time. Or Marcel Duchamp, who, displaying great awareness of how mediums can be affected by new technologies, wrote to Alfred Stieglitz saying, "You know exactly how I feel about photography. I would like to see it make people despise painting until something else will make photography unbearable." And with the arrival of the digital revolution, Duchamp's wishes come true, and the photographic obituaries come along with it. Quote, "Phones have made photography more dead than ever," Wim Wenders, 2019. Wenders signaling that the devaluation of photography has come from the sheer multiplicity of imagery produced every year. He says, "Fewer photos are being treasured and enjoyed as before." He continues, "I'm in search of a new word for this new activity that looks so much like photography, but isn't photography anymore." Slide, please. Here's an image of 24 hours of photography uploaded. It's by Eric Kessels. It's 350,000 images that were uploaded in one day. And again, he's showing the sheer glut of imagery and the feeling of drowning in the representations of other people and their photographs. Next one, please. The found photographer artist Joachim Schmidt's famous statement, "No new photographs until the old ones have been used up," seems to echo Wender's and Kessel's statements in that there is just too much photography for it to continue to enjoy a healthy existence. However, regardless of these bereavements, painting and photography continue, perhaps the zombie mediums of the art world, forever dying only to forever come back to life. The explosion of digital photography and new technologies has affected how the photographic medium is used, understood, and discussed. The once held assertion that the photograph is an authentic and credible replication of reality has long since been shelved. This, plus the proliferation of photographic imagery shared, compressed, posted, invented, pasted, scraped, etc., has thrown the act of photography into analysing, reinventing, and questioning how the photographic image operates within the arts, on the screen, and within society in general. This can perhaps be identified by the shift in artists looking to the materiality of photography by inverting the visual intention and being more concerned with what the stuff of a photograph is rather than what it shows. So I'm going to show you 5 references for a piece of work I want to talk to you about. Stay with me. Fingers crossed it will make sense in the end. Next slide, please. In 1937, George Achart published a book called Electronic Television. In this publication, Achart proposed how one might send an image to another. Obviously, this is pre-internet. He suggested a physical gridding of a small photograph into picture elements. These picture elements would then be coded in 10 tones from black to white with number references, i.e. white is 1 and 10 is black, with incremental shades in between. These numbers would then be dictated to the sender via phone to the receiver, who would have a very large sheet of paper gridded in the exact same ratio dimensions to the small images, which they would then paint picture element by picture element, as prescribed by the sender. This would bring about a duplicate of the image needed to be transmitted. Next slide, please. In 1948, the father of information theory, Claude Shannon, wrote his thesis, The Mathematical Theory of Information. Shannon was the first to quantify information as a unit of measurement and coined the term the bit. His theory was the first to analyze how information travels. The process identified as sender, encoder, channel, noise, decoder, and receiver. Shannon studied digital compression and strategies to encode and transmit information flawlessly, eliminating as much noise as possible, or entropy, between any 2 given points. Quote, "The fundamental problem of communication is that of reproducing at one point either exactly or approximately a message selected at another." And Shannon, this theory of Shannon is what we're using every day now on, without every day of our lives sending, receiving, trying to eliminate that kind of noise in the middle. Next slide, please. Wondering what would happen if a computer looked at the world, in 1957, Russell Kirsch invented the pixel and scanned the first photograph, scanning a small 5 centimetre by 5 centimetre photo of his 3-month-old son. By combining several scans which used different scanning thresholds, he obtained not only black and white, but grayscale information also. Next slide, please. 7 years later, in 1964, the Mariner 4 landing was the first mission to capture images of Mars. Whilst waiting for the image data to be computer processed, the team used a pastel set from an art supply store to hand color a paint by numbers style, a numerical printout of the raw pixels. This eventually led to the first digital image being hand-drawn. Next slide, please. And this is a film. I'm not sure if it's going to play. No, it's not. Okay, so in 1973, Roald Dahl's Charlie and the Chocolate Factory character, Mike TV, precociously explained how images were transmitted through the ether. And we would have had a moving image of this, but I can tell you what Mike TV, the interaction between Willy Wonka and Mike TV. So Willy Wonka says, do you know how images are transmitted? And Mike TV comes in and says, of course I do. You photograph something, then the photograph is split up into a million of tiny pieces, and they go whizzing through the air and down into your TV set, where they're all put together again in the end. Okay, next slide, please. In 2017, I made a work entitled The Discrete Channel with Noise, and it was during my first residency of 13 years because of having a family. And my residency was in Paris. So it's the first time I'd been away from my family, and it seems a significant amount of time to be able and opportunity to put an experiment in place. This discrete channel with noise works across analog and digital platforms in regard to the act of constructing and distributing data in the case of a photograph. As instructed in Akehart's proposal, I gave my husband an acetate 10x8 grid and asked him to choose 10 images from my archive, lay the grid over the top and number each picture element, then transmit me the number by phone, where I would then paint the monochrome tonal codes of 1 to 10. Can I have my slides, please? So this is a 10x8 image that's been gridded, and each picture element has been coded between 1 to 10 in regard to the tone of the photograph. Next slide, please. And next slide, please. And these are my paints. I would then paint the monochrome tonal codes of 1 to 10 on a large piece of paper, gridded to the same ratio of the gridded photograph whilst in Paris. Next slide, please. To return to the beginning of my talk, my residency was hosted in an old monastery. So like the Cistercian monks, I painted my grisaille painting, no distraction of colour or of fun, trying hard not to deviate from the task at hand, where I painted the numbers blind, not knowing what the images were. In acting out this absurd and tiresome process, it seemed a worthwhile experiment to think about the many sender-receiver actions that we do on an everyday basis. By putting my body into an arguably bodiless process, helped me to consider the networked image and the labour involved. Just click through, please. Though the results are paintings, next image, just click through, I don't think of them as such. I am not a painter. The pieces are made with standard acrylic, basic art paper, and a collection of brushes primarily sourced from my daughter's art cupboard. Next slide, please. There's those brushes. Stop there. Thank you. The results are of a process and an experiment, not of achieving a fine piece of work. Making a human machine across the English Channel at the time of Brexit and the Cambridge Analytica scandal seemed relevant in that the process revealed a lot of noise and entropy, information being lost along the way at times, confused by extraneous variables, for example, too much wine or being tired or annoyance or deviance. Next slide, please. Next slide. Next slide. This is really disappointing, and I'm so sorry, and it's entirely my fault that this presentation has gone astray. Okay, so at times Mike TV's explanation about images being broken up and then going up into the ether and then coming back down in the right order was derailed. And instead of the picture elements coming together in the right order, they alluded more to Eric Morecambe's bad piano playing. Eric Morecambe is a British comedian who's since dead, and he's playing this in this important orchestra. And when he's criticised for playing the wrong notes, he retorts, "I'm playing all the right notes, just not in the right order." Can you go to the next slide, please? In real life, the paintings are messy. I've gone over the lines, my fingerprints are in them, bits of my hair have got stuck to them, the human activity is apparent. And it was quite interesting listening to Theresa's idea of indexicality. My indexicality is certainly within these images. At a moment, next slide please, at the moment of despair of my amateurism, I visited the Pompidou and looked at the Mondrians and was uplifted to see that he too went over the lines. Next slide please. By transmitting one medium to another, I physically understood how the two mediums differ. Photography is clean, majoritively. It is flat. It makes the world tidy. On the other hand, painting is messy. It isn't flat, and my world and brain became very untidy. Next slide, please. Next slide, please. However, only after making the work did I fully realize these paintings would return to photography, as mostly they would be experienced via a screen, as indeed you are doing now. Every time someone takes a photo of them on their phone or places them in a publication, they enter a new phase and the transmission of the work continues. This is of course the same for all artistic works. However, it felt the most ironic in the case of this particular project. Click through, please. The paintings returned to being flat and sanitized, taking away any mistakes and noise that was involved. The results, back again, please. The results, back again, sorry. The result making me look a far more accomplished painter than I am. As soon as they are photographed, they are changed. They look like real art and real painting. They have a sophistication, unlike their analog counterpart. Their ontology is wiped clean, and their scale is altered. They, like Mike TV, become compressed. They are no longer the artifact, but its reproduction, and the artifact's noise gets even louder. And then when it enters into our telematic systems, it starts screaming. I was recently asked by an interviewer what I preferred, the analog painting or its digital representation. And I couldn't quite make up my mind, as both works, well, as the same work is operating in two physically different ways, but doing the same thing, just at different speeds. Going from the technical image to the traditional image, then back to the technical and interactive image, the work's journey continues through our networks, gaining velocity by interacting with machines and its users. The technical image mutates and multiplies. It compresses and is manipulated and downloaded. Like a pinball machine, the technical image ricochets around our telematic systems, improvising and responding, building and losing meaning at the same time. As Willem Vleuser states, human beings are no longer at the center of society. Apparatus and their programs are at the center, with human beings are merely the connecting channels between the different apparatus. And that's me done. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Claire. That was. I know you had some technical issues there, but that was such an engaging presentation. It really was. And I think if anybody wants to have a look at the, oh no, who is it by? Who is the comedy sketch by again?
It's Eric Morecambe.
Morecambe with Andre Previn.
This is the one, yes, classic.
Absolutely priceless. He takes very much the way I do about when playing music as well, so I can identify with that. So that was a really interesting presentation. Thank you so much for that. If you've got links to any of the films, please send them to us, and we'll pop them in the chat, and people can actually chase them up later if they're available. See if you can do that. But otherwise, that was terrific. Thank you ever so much. I'll join you in a little while in the Q&A. Thanks, Claire. That's brilliant. Now I'm delighted to introduce Elias Wessel. Elias is committed to developing photographic concepts and procedures which culminate in abstract images that reflect contemporary discourses within society. The work functions as both an important contribution to the issues of social and political development and historical conversation between photography and painting. So it's with extreme pleasure that I introduce Elias Wessel to you. Over to you, Elias. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Phil, for this lovely introduction. And thank you, Carl, and of course, everyone involved for organizing and realizing this event. And thanks to all of you for your tireless interest. Give me 1 second. Okay. So after many of these wonderful presentations, I hope that my contribution will provide you with additional aspects on the intersections between the digital, painting, and photography. Please be patient, because before I'm going to share images of my works, I want to use the first minutes to provide a general framework for them. So I'm going to start with mentioning a few thoughts on pictures in general and photography in the era of digitization. Exemplary for my aesthetically and conceptual motivated work, I will then introduce my 2017 large-scale project, The Sum of My Data, a bit more in detail. That may offer you additional perspectives when looking at the images, but it also illustrates characteristics of my artistic practice and sheds light in the context in which the works have been developed. In the last third, I'm going to outline 3 further series that were realized within the past 4 years. And I will conclude, excuse me, and I will conclude with a brief note on how I believe the correlations between the digital, painting, and photography within my work achieve forms of synthesis and underpin the key idea of my artistic practice. That is actually to contribute to the historical dialogue between photography and painting, and to inspire reflection and debate on contemporary societal and political challenges. That said, I have to mention that I'm not speaking to you as a scientist. So certainly when the curtain is drawn, all questions will remain. One second. As for now, I am thinking of pictures as a single category in themselves. They are all around us on laptops, phones, in magazines, newspapers, books, and still hanging on walls. So for one thing, they are representations of the 3-dimensional world on flat surfaces, such as canvas, paper, cinema screens, or smartphones. But already the flatness of a picture is a bit of an abstraction that comes not without any consequences. So everything on a flat surface is stylized, including the photograph. And as we all know, reality is a slippery concept because it is not completely separate from us. Some people think the photograph is reality, and they don't realize that it is just another form of depiction. Nevertheless, it is pictures that make us see things, and it is through pictures, just as much as words, that we think, dream, and try to comprehend the world around us. And almost all pictures are made for an audience. They are made to be seen and understood by people who look at them. So when we see a picture, we assume it has some meaning, and if it is not obvious, we might ask ourselves what it is. Camera is a tool that allows a certain kind of picture to be made, same as a brush with paint, a copper etching plate, or a Photoshop program on a computer. They are all tools, and all pictures are actually made with tools. But tools don't make pictures, people always have to make them. If you're interested in these thoughts, I recommend reading the conversation between David Hockney and Martin Gayford in the publication, The History of Pictures. So in the midst of social change and political turbulence around the world in the early 1960s, advances in analog photographic technology enabled artists to make use of Polaroid cameras for an almost immediate response to their surroundings. With the arrival of the smartphone, digital cameras have been put into almost everyone's hand. And that has already revolutionized not just the way we use photography, but the way we see and also share the world around us. Nevertheless, in the era of digitization, the world has become increasingly abstract, and that makes the idea of photography as a medium that divulged the complexity of the world around us seem unfeasible to me. So as a result, my photographic approach transforms social themes into abstract images strongly reminiscent of painting. All images you're going to see are actually photographs that essentially appear as paintings, but whose aesthetics are a result of their underlying creation method. Here you see the sum of my data origin, which is the very first image of the entire work cycle that finally consists of 3 subsequent series. There is the on, off, and black and white series. Altogether, it's a work cycle consisting of 52 images. A documenting photograph of greasy residue from the surface of a switched off smartphone display promised to be a way to translate my thoughts on digitization into a visual language. The sum of my data is a series that clearly comes from my frustration of the lack of understanding of risks and societal challenges of digitization. Entire metropolises are under camera surveillance. A global pandemic highlights, despite all beneficial, how much we depend on technology and how big companies determine our actions. The collection of biometric data has become a perfectly natural and integral part of our daily lives. Facial recognition applications record and localize our movements. And all over the world, biographical profiles are created from digital traces and used not only for personalized consumer offers. Also, with the help of data profiles, even elections are manipulated and entire population disciplined by governments and states. And just as Foucault revealed, we, like Bentham's prisoners, are becoming accustomed to the panoptic dimension of being identified. So with every purchase, every Google search, and every posting, we make the system even stronger. And to quote Foucault, we are in the panoptic machine, which we bring to ourselves since we are part of its mechanism. So all these beautiful, cool, friendly, and convenient services from Google and Co. that we unswervingly feed with our data come across like a charming seduction, but are existing tools that are also used for identification, control, and manipulation. The research for the sum of my data already began in 2015 and turned into an artistic response to the tension between fascination, wonder, and anxiety generated by the technological development and its impact on society and politics of our era. The structures shown in the pictures, often mistakenly assumed to be the record of brushstrokes, are in fact traces of the user's fingers that emerge from a day-to-day use of smartphones and tablets. So from typing and wiping, writing emails, text or WhatsApp messages, booking train tickets, or using any other functional apps. And artistic strategies, all within the limits of the medium of photography, make perceptible the seemingly hidden. The superimposing structures on the glass displays culminate into palimpsest-like photographs that not only reflect on the properties and function of the photograph material, but also document the simultaneity of digitization, surveillance, and identity. Here you can get a first impression of the 30 images from the off series. I will let you take 20 seconds to look at it before I'm switching to the next slide. Okay. So here to the right, you see a detail of an image where you can clearly recognize fingerprints in the picture. And with that, also a reference to the body that is existing in all of these works. Actually, for an in-depth look on the traces of the body within these works, I am recommending the essay, The Trace of the Body by Stefan Berg, the director of the Kunstmuseum in Bonn, Germany. I'm happy to share that after the presentation with you. On the left page, you see examples of the large-scale size installed at the Spallart collection in Salzburg, in Austria. That's the image to the bottom. And from my last year's exhibition at Palais Bornet in Paris. The large size is crucial here because the size greatly affects the way we physically relate to these images. So the original versions are about 1.5 meters in width up to 2.20 meters in height. So the physicality that they present and represent almost washes over you as a viewer and is making you aware of your own physicality. In the off series, I photographed the displays of smartphones while this device is switched off. And it's just one light source that makes the traces and fingerprints visible that have been left on touchscreens. Actually, depending on how often you wipe off your display, you might have recognized such marks and traces on your own device. If you look at it in a certain angle, you will see the reflection of your body oils. So over time, I photographed the ever-changing traces, later on also using smartphones and tablets of others who had no idea what I was doing. It is actually important to me that the traces, marks, and fingerprints in all these photographs result from a functional interaction between the human being and our today's communication devices. For the Colorful On series, I transferred the unselected images from the off series to smartphones and photographed them again from their displays. So obviously with new fingerprints on top since the phones were used in between. The device was switched on, which is why it's called On series. And the colors come from working with different partly colored light settings. And I'm also repeating the process of transferring the new photographs and rephotographing them numerous times. So what you see are the superimposing structures on the displays. And that process actually relates to the idea how the increasing sum of our digital traces offer a more and more precise classification of the individual, whereas the analog traces on the glass surface disappear with time and override each other. Here to the left, you see installation views from the exhibition, The Sum of My Data, Digitization, Surveillance, Identity at the Kunstverein Speyer that took place in 2018. Besides the installed works, you may also detect some of the surveillance cameras that have been installed as well. They give the viewers the unpleasant feeling of being surveilled while looking at the pictures. Actually, here in the top right corner is one of them. These are additional installation images from exhibitions at the project space Baustelle Schaustelle in Essen and the NRW Forum in Düsseldorf, where we have been also working with smaller formats of the original to accommodate the space. That little device that might disturb you on the window of the right of the project space on the right slide is an artificial intelligence window cleaning robot, which is visible from the outside of the space and features a cleaning spray and 2 AI technology-based cleaning wheels designed to remove dirt without leaving any streaks. Here's another exhibition view from the Consulate General of the Federal Republic of Germany here in New York, and an image of a recent publication with the series. I am aware that the pictures, especially those from the Colorful On series, are a tightrope walk. On the one hand, their magically shimmering colors seamlessly fit into an accessible aesthetic that is quite suitable for the masses and at a first glance also may bring up art historical references. But on the other hand, its aesthetics inheres a crucial aspect that offers the possibility of reassessment. As abstract as the images appear, they are actually documenting photographs where, to quote curator Jenny Graser, absolute abstraction merged with absolute realism. So these are all photographs whose aesthetics are the result of the underlying creation method that comprises analogies to data collection, profiling, and surveillance procedures. In the early stage of the project, the research effort was directed at how to create a portrait of a person without actually depicting the physical human being. And still, after completion, the works can be understood as portraiture of the digital era. I would say if it is possible to analyze the depicted traces, marks, and fingerprints to the same extent as experts can analyze our digital traces, these pictures provide more than enough information to generate, determine, and identify the associated individuals. However, whereas the analog traces delete and override each other, the sum of our digital traces is long since stored elsewhere. The photographic appropriation of digital interfaces sheds light on another notable thought. Glass displays of smartphones and tablets mark the border between the digital and the tangible space. They serve as a window and functional interface to the digital world on which associated human actions appear. But the fear of being turned into transparent citizens, which aroused in 1987 by the census of the Federal Republic of Germany, seems hardly present in the era of digitalization. Back then, actually a test of wills emerged between the West German state and an amorphous countercultural coalition led by the iconoclastic Green Party. Today, it is difficult to imagine that being asked for some basic personal information sharpens into a clash of generations and political cultures, or sparks comparisons to George Orwell's novel 1984 that thematically centers on the consequences of totalitarianism, mass surveillance, and repressive regimentation of persons and behaviors within society. In most cases, we use our digital devices without even thinking that our traces left in the World Wide Web are accessible and usable by others. By demarcating virtual and real space, our digital data seems to vanish, as if our digital fingerprints, just like on the glass surface of our touchscreen, would soon be wiped away and become invisible. In an essay related to the series, Jenny Graser also makes a great reference that Freud actually compared the missing writing pad with the human perception apparatus. And today, an analogy between the mystic writing pad and the World Wide Web is unmistakable. Both media have unlimited receptivity and permanently retain the traces of the ciphers, but the digital space never forgets. So this has been a little deeper insight in the creation process and the context of the sum of my data. And I'm going to continue with the series Images Through an Algorithmic Lens, which is subtitled Visualizing Reality. And it is a series I worked on 2018 and 2019. It is based on the thought that we live in a time where vast quantities of images are made that do not claim to be art, but they claim to be something much more doubtful because they claim to be reality. We think the photo shows pure reality, but it doesn't, because the camera sees geometrically for one thing, and computational photography is now built into every new smartphone. And we, however, see only partly geometrical, but also psychologically, and not at all in the way that algorithms in our cameras calculate when we take a photo. In Images Through an Algorithmic Lens, photographs executed unconventionally using panorama mode with the cameras of smartphones are no longer represented as usual by the underlying algorithm, and thus become complex images of landscapes and urban spaces. Occasionally, you find references to visual reality in the abstraction, which establish the connection between the image and our everyday life. So, for example, in the image to the right, you can discover a hand in the top center, right here. And there are also legs in zebra patterned heights to the right. And if you're familiar with sidewalks here in Manhattan, you will discover one in the top right corner. to the left, you see a detail of another picture that was taken out of a car while we were driving on a highway in Germany along a forest during winter. So you have to imagine me leaning out of the window while we are driving 130 kilometers an hour, and I'm taking a picture of passing trees with my smartphone in panorama mode. And thereby I'm moving the smartphone intuitively and practically in every possible direction. So it basically looks like this while we are driving. So the issue the algorithm faces is that it is not capable anymore to stitch the digital information together as we know it from the perfectly rendered panorama pictures that we get when we use panorama mode the way we are supposed to. But exactly this described failure becomes the solution for my concept and leads to these pictures. The abstract misrepresentations reduce our perception of concrete realities to that fundamental common denominator that all humans can agree on, sensuality. And therefore, each of the 13 images from the series claimed to be a more convincing representation of reality than the perfectly calculated images of our digital smartphone cameras. For pictures that strive to depict every little detail merely cloud our view of a higher reality. Schöne neue Welt, Brave New World is a series that started in New York City shortly before the outbreak of the pandemic, and that was finished in late 2022 in Germany. In the process, smartphones are being destroyed in every conceivable way, run over by a bus, thrown against walls, maltreated with a hammer, drowned, set on fire, or burned. Well, the displays were badly affected, but as you can see, the photographed misrepresentation of the destructed devices rendered aesthetically beautiful. And in making the series, I started thinking about how difficult it becomes psychologically to destroy these magic boxes and how they almost transform into living creatures. But besides witnessing organic attributes within digital and technical devices, I further question if destruction is an integral part of beauty as opposed to how destruction can turn into something beautiful. This is an installation view from my current exhibition, I Don't Care, I Love My Phone. It is at the Kunstsammlung SAP in Waldorf, Germany. And besides of other works, we present the small size so-called third generation edition of the series. The pictures in this edition are quite precisely in the size of a third generation iPad. And as an additional reference, each panel is placed on an aluminum bracket that may remind the viewer of a presentation of digital devices in a commercial store. In its complicated, my subject is the crisis of the information age, and I'm dedicated to the colossus Facebook that is called a social network. By allowing scrolling behavior to coagulate into pictures, I want to ask the question, what actually is the social action in the social network? It's complicated, are long exposures that captures the process of scrolling through Facebook news feeds. And in the final pictures, texts, languages, videos, and images, insignificant posts and false statements blend and blur with facts, meaningfulness, and relevant topics. So all contrasting informations from overlapping posts, which clearly, not only in the final images, must be properly assigned and differentiated from one another. It might be difficult to see in the small images here, but looking at all the originals, you will detect numerous scraps of text in various languages, and it takes quite some effort to determine which parts belong together and who might have said what, if it is possible at all. In the following slide, you will see a detail of one of the pictures, and you can ask yourself if, for example, Rory Verado and Peter Dohan really liked the comment, "She's officially fish," or if it was Katrina Naumann who posted a German article about Algerian pastries being used against Islamization. If you're very attentive, you might even spot the 45th President of the United States right above a graphic with poll projections of a local election in Germany, where the right-wing political party AfD receives alarming 12%. But I don't want to lose myself in details here and actually conclude with two notes. First, contemporary photography is increasingly about, to use a beloved term, interrogating the medium, which often means shifting it away from documentary towards other more conceptually driven art forms that are closer to abstraction. At a time where photography sinks into common graves, abstraction, to me at least, makes it necessary to pause for a moment to consider what the images mean, the genesis or process of creation. And the guesswork and the confusion of the actual medium gives my work the intrinsic tension that defines them. Actually, we have exhibition visitors constantly whispering their surprise, oh, you know, these are photographs and not paintings. And even after talks where I clearly expose the pictures as photographs, people still come up to me and ask questions about these paintings. And last, integrating aesthetics in ethics simply allows me to enable greater access. Yet, as beautiful as the pictures may initially appear, they do not allow their viewers, reducing them to a mere decorative object. In the end, though, they force you to critically examine what has been captured and thus result, for example, in an inevitable criticism of our careless and unscrupulous handling of digital data. I'm aware that by showing these and other issues are, of course, by no means eliminated, but there is a first telltale crack in the veil of the shimmering tableaus of our magical wonder boxes. And this is exactly so my hope, where recognizing ultimately provides at least the chance of fostering awareness, broader dialogue, and possible rethinking towards sustainable digitization and associated shifting reality of humanity. Yes, let me end on that note. I thank you all for your attention and hope for further good conversation.
Thanks, Elias. That was absolutely stunning. I probably need to take a bit of a break now for 3 hours to compile the questions. If we can all, no, maybe not. But yeah, that was superb. Then there was, between you and Claire, there is so much happening there. There really is. That's brilliant. I don't think Theresia is going to be able to make the Q&A, which is a real shame because of technological issues. Well, there you go. How fitting. So the Q&A will be between yourself and Claire, if Claire can. Oh, she's here. Oh, brilliant. Oh, great. Hey, nice one. Oh, that's really, really good. Is Claire with us as well?
Have we lost Claire now?
Oh, I hope not.
Let's just message her.
I'll tell you what. Okay, well, am I live now?
Yeah, if you make a start.
I'm live. Okay, I'll if you don't mind, I'll continue. Now, I've got the first question I'd like to put is actually being put to us by Till Julian Huss, who spoke yesterday, and I'm so pleased that some of the, and Abby as well, that some of yesterday's presenters are staying for today, and I think that kind of signifies how successful this whole event is, to be honest with you. Now, Till would like to ask a question for you all.
Messenger.
I'm here.
Okay. Well, hey, Claire's here as well. Brilliant. I'm very glad. Excellent. I was just putting a group question to you all, not to want to put you on the spot too much. And this is from Till Julian Huss, who presented yesterday. And Till says, is the concept of indexicality in photography and painting outdated? I think that kind of signified. Sorry, Carl, is your sound on? I see. Is the concept of indexicality of photography and painting outdated, or can we perhaps understand it in a more complex way thanks to digitization? I just wondered what you have to say about that. I can repeat that if you like.
Is that to me?
And yes, it's all three of you. And actually, Theresia, I'm wondering whether you could actually pick that up, because I remember you mentioned the index, didn't you, indexicality? I wonder what your point of view is on that question.
I think you need to. I'm still confused here. Can you see me? Because I can't see myself.
I can see
that's
you
perfect. Here. So then,
yeah.
can you would you repeat the question? I was still sort of trying to enter and getting. So.
Okay, here goes.
Sorry. I'm very sorry.
Is the concept of indexicality of photography and painting outdated, or can we perhaps understand it in a more complex way thanks to digitalization?
Yeah, that's actually a very good question that I asked myself when writing the text, because it's just one of the first things that come up when you think of photography. But I don't know if I'm the expert on that, because like I realize now when I listened to you and the last day as well, that my talk wasn't really about digitality at all, but only about the manual and the analog. So I think I probably need your help, or the help of the person who asked the question, to sort of answer that, what the indexicality means in the digital. Yeah, maybe Claire.
But can I interject? Surely the last Elias's talk was totally about that. Isn't that correct? In terms of the digital and the indexicality and
it plays an important role in my work.
Now, how do you think that, Elias? I mean, because you didn't mention it, and there's no reason why you should mention the index. I mean, to a certain extent, I think for the next 5 years, we should ban the work of any theorist whose name begins with B, and to let other kind of people have a kind of contribution. Because I think some theorists, we tend to refer to them time and time again. But you didn't mention index once, and there's no reason why you should, Elias. But why do you think that's particularly resonant in your work?
I think with the sum of my data, it is so obvious that the works come actually from the interaction between the human being and the digital device. And the traces are the indexical signs we see in the works. And it creates this relation between the digital world and the tangible space. Yeah. I haven't thought very much about that theory. So yes, since the digital space never forgets, I would prefer to continue thinking a bit more about this. And before I say things, I might think in a different way 3-4 hours or weeks later. But it certainly is an element which is crucial and visible within the work.
I mean, what's interesting about the images that you showed is there's this calligraphic mark left on the surface. It itself has got nothing to do with the body, or what it has. It's kind of the body's implied, but we don't see the image underneath that surface. We see the kind of calligraphy on top of it. I thought it was really interesting, actually, with what you were saying, and I think a lot of photographic theory does tend to base itself very much on linguistic theory. You could argue rather too much, and it's interesting that you spoke about the palimpsest. Now, the palimpsest, as I'm sure you know, is about a text hidden underneath another text, but and we often refer to that. But actually, the technical term used to refer to an underlying image is pentimento, but no one ever refers to the pentimento. But because I think that you've got these wonderful calligraphic marks, these indexical traces left on this technical surface, it somehow suggests that, yeah, the palimpsest, there's another language, there's another text that lies, or once lied, underneath this device. I thought that was absolutely fascinating, that kind of movement between linguistic theory and visual theory. I wonder what you thought of that, Elias. Not putting you on the spot. Right. So throwing a little bit too much at people, maybe too quickly. But anyway, let's move on.
I would like to think a bit more about your comment, but I think that is quite interesting.
I mean, the thing is, when we're responding to people's delivery and presentations, we are really having to think on our feet, aren't we? But on the other hand, that can really be productive in terms of meaning happening. What do you think?
I mean, on the side note, I can mention during the project, I also, with the off series especially, I also know that what did I do from the first image to the next image and to the next image, because I really try to figure out, okay, in the end, is it possible from the traces and marks that are left on the phone, even if they are overriding each other and deleting each other, to create this profile of a person or to analyze what has happened. I mean, if you text or email something on your phone, you certainly see a certain pattern of fingerprints. That way, if you just turn on the phone, you have more the swipes, or if you play a game, it happens that way. So certain aesthetics can relate to certain actions as well. So that was the idea of the portraiture part. But the layering also becomes an aspect of it.
Okay, brilliant. Okay, thanks so much indeed. Claire, did you want to say anything more about the indexical in your book?
Well, I mean, the indexical comes up in photography the whole time, as you sort of mentioned, and it does get a little bit drab, to be honest with you. But I think, especially with these kind of conversations and these kind of deliveries of papers, I mean, I'm very much a practice-based artist. I mean, I make work to find things out. I don't necessarily read theory to try and match in with it. So I think sometimes, you know, we can read about stuff, but when you actually see something happening in front of your face whilst you're making a piece of work, then that kind of makes it real in a way. So just the fact through actually doing something, being physical, you actually see, you know, I actually saw my marks. I see, as I mentioned, I had my hair in the painting, my thumbprints, this kind of thing. And actually just by doing it makes it a lot more real than kind of reading about it. So for me, I mean, always theory doesn't really lead my work at all. It's me actually doing it, and then it kind of clashes in with it. So, you know, I think the act of actually seeing something in front of your eyes is far more interesting than kind of reading about it and try and apply your work to a particular theory. So, you know, just the realization in seeing something in front of your face for me is an important way of learning, really.
I think also the index, I hope anyone minds me saying this, but I think the index has been such an overwritten part of photographic theory that there's got to be other stuff to talk about, like Willy Wonka, because I think what is really
if the film works, yeah.
Well, yeah, but let's not, you know, nullify these references to important moments in popular culture.
Well, exactly. I mean, what I find interesting is that the kind of references that I made to the work that I make, I just love this kind of huge push towards the internet happening. Like it had to happen, and it's all coming, it's coming. It's like pow, yes, exactly like photography. It had to happen because people were wanting it to happen, and eventually it happened. So it wasn't almost like it was invented; it just had to happen. And I just think this kind of huge kind of tidal wave to the internet explosion, and people trying to work out how we can communicate from one place to another. I just find it extremely so curious and exciting. And of course, you know, technology keeps going. We're going in new places all the time. So I think what's interesting for me is to look back to see what's happening, to look back to see what's going to happen next. You can chart things and to look back to see what's going to happen in the future in a way, I think.
I mean, I think the invention of the internet and also the World Wide Web, if you go back to look at their histories and how and why they were developed, I think it's fascinating. And it's also interesting to see, you know, the things of the people who made those strides forward and of what has become of the monster that they were once responsible for. There's another issue that I think exists in all your work, and that's of privation. Now, Ito Still came up yesterday in terms of the danger of images. And it's where she's talking about the poor image, and it's in a book called The Wretched of the Screen, which I think is just a superb title for a collection of essays. And although it was kind of, she said this comment about 10 years ago, well, almost exactly 10 years ago, and she said, This is why people now walk away from visual representation. Their instincts and their intelligence tell them that photographic or moving images are dangerous devices of capture of time, affect, productive forces, and subjectivity. And she's talking about the way in 2012 people are actually moving away from using the internet. Now, I think the opposite has happened actually via TikTok and Facebook doing new things and whatever. And I think you can see that through the really serious issues raised by whistleblowers through Instagram, that the effects of images and people distributing their images so readily are having a toxic effect on certain people, a lot of people. But it's interesting that all your work deals with the reduction or the removal of something. I mean, Claire, you were talking about, now I've got it written here, you talked about the monks that were actually making stained glass in black and white. And then so there's a removal of the seductive beauty of colour. And I think, so Elias, there's something happening in your work, especially with the reduction of content, and we're left with this greasy trace on the screen. And Theresia, in some of the work you're discussing, there's a whole obliteration of detail. And I think in your work, Claire, there's this reduction of, there's a real, I was going to say reduction of agency, but there's a wonderful play with the concept of agency that almost you're like some kind of human robot. You're not making any decision about the actual painting. You're following this 10 pots of paint and the instructions per square. Now, do you know the image that you're going to paint prior to painting it?
No.
Right. I think that's absolutely fascinating.
It's ridiculous.
That you're almost inventing yourself as the very early stage of the internet.
Yeah, I mean, as I said, it was kind of, because obviously there's sort of different ways of talking about the project. I could take it from a kind of quite an art-based perspective. If you think about Maholi Naj and his telephone paintings. But then I kind of quite like, I prefer the Eckhart, kind of the lesser known, the information theory side of things. So you can take it either way, but I kind of like, whereas with Maholi Naj, someone he doesn't know is at the end painting, which I would refer a little to the Mechanical Turk, which is a way of employment now where you give, the Mechanical Turk is sort of like a conceptual thing in a way. You give an idea to someone and then it comes back to you in a way. And I kind of like the idea of putting myself as the kind of robot, just to kind of go against that idea, to put my own body into the place of the labour and to take it on and stuff. And I mean, so that was kind of quite important for me to be there rather than outsource it to something else. But when you talk about reduction and the monks, I mean, I'm thoroughly with the monks in that. And that I think when you're trying to deal with a problem, it's like in maths, it's a really good idea to take it right down to the equation, get rid of everything else, bring the problem down into the smallest bit, and then you can start dealing with the actual issue in a way. So I like getting rid of all the noise and the kind of extras to narrow down into the thing that I actually want to do. It's a psychological thing. It helps me better. I don't know if that answers. Theory,
though, I think is so important, and I think you've got to be very careful when you're teaching as well. It's great teaching the theory, but the last thing you want people to do is to start illustrating it. And I think actually, I mean, at Derby, we take a very creative attitude towards the academic side of the programme. We get students looking at all sorts of stuff, not photographic theory. Because photographers tend to deal with other things, not just photographs. So I think what you say about theory is actually just, to me, is a very healthy form of practice, to be honest with you. I really do. I've got a question for you as well, from Carl, I think it is actually. You said when making the discrete channel with noise that you're not a painter, yet when you are working through this bodily process, albeit mechanistic, are you not actually a painter?
I don't know. I mean, there's distinctions, isn't it? I would say closer to painter decorator. painter, you know. I mean, I am just filling in squares. I'm not even trying to be I'm not trying to be modest about it. I'm just showing the practicalities and the process. I'm not you know, previously I've made like what people term sculptures, but I don't actually class them as sculptures. I call them constructions, because I think there's this intermediate where I'm neither one thing nor another. I'm not a sculptor. I like to make new names for the things that I kind of do.
You're intentionally cautious about the status bestowed upon an object. Can you hear me, Claire?
Oh, I'm sorry, Phil, I've lost you.
Okay, can you hear me?
I lost. I can now. I couldn't just then.
No, it happens. No, I'm just saying, are you intentionally cautious about the tendency to bestow certain qualities or certain status on an object?
Yeah, I am. I really am. And you know, just because something's three-dimensional doesn't mean, well, for me, it doesn't mean it's sculptural. Just because something uses paint doesn't mean it's a painting. That's just in my head. That's my.
Okay.
I like to take on the guise of the amateur. Really, that it suits me quite well.
Yeah. Well, amateur kind of refers to the love of the subject, doesn't it? So I think the term amateur is derided, but actually, you know, you go back to Stieglitz's attitude towards amateurs, and that's where he thought the future of photography was actually in the amateur, not the professional. He despised professional photography. And that's about as good as I can say anything about Stieglitz, but there you go. You know, whatever. You know, not necessarily a fan of a lot of his attitudes towards things, never mind. Elias, if I can come back to your work with the touchscreens. We've got a question here. There's an interesting relationship between Elias' images of touchscreens being a disembodied image of a type of physical embodiment, and Clare's painting that is the physical embodiment of the disembodied image. I might have to put this. Possibly something to tease out between the two. I just thought that sense of disembodiment that was taking place in both of your works, but in a very different way. I just wonder whether that sense of disembodiment was actually kind of key to what you're trying to deal with. Elias, have you got any thoughts on that?
And actually now, just that thought came up about the question of the immateriality of images. I was thinking of, it's not directly an answer to the question, but it just popped up because of this. So the question about the immateriality of images. First, I thought with all the digital content and seeing pictures and photographs on smartphones, that they actually don't have materiality anymore because they're just codes, right? But then with time, I realized, no, they still are depending on materiality, which are actually the digital devices where we see them on. So the medium is just not the paper anymore or anything else. It is the digital device. And the difference actually is that the picture is kind of borrowing the medium, and we as the viewer can decide if we want to leave it there or bring it to another place. So I think I thought about this because the embodiment is the embodiment of the image itself. Yeah, the thought is coming from.
Now, are those images of the screens, are they greatly magnified for exhibition? They are, aren't they? When you've got something that big that you've blown up that big.
Yeah.
Right.
Well, that is really helping me for that confusion. Are these paintings or photographs?
Right.
So the original works are the large-scale works. Because they really take over on this characteristic of paintings. Unless you're familiar with photography and printing techniques, you really don't realize until you go very, very close to the picture.
Okay. Because I think in all the work, and also in some of the work that Theresia, so the work that you were talking about, there's a mark making that takes place that also, Claire, is important in your work, and you talk about the mistakes where you go over the lines and things. But that is a really kind of key part of the work. And although, Claire, you have a very mechanized approach to making these images, there's still an obvious investment in the body when you get up close and you look at these things. These things haven't been mechanically reproduced by anything but you. Mm. But whereas Theresia, some of the paintings, some of the photographs you're looking at, you're dealing with. Now, I couldn't quite work out from reproduction, but are they photographic prints that are then painted upon?
Yeah, all of them. I think that's the basis. They're all even analog photographs, the ones that I showed. Peter Clares, he prints them himself in the darkroom. Helen Pfeiffer would, I think, have them printed by somebody else, but they're also darkroom prints that are painted on, and she uses transparent colors that are used for manipulation of analog photography to print over. And it's all really, really manual, very physical, very even not digital at all in a way. Even when using the photograph, because the photographs are analog photographs, and they are also understood as something really manual against the digital, I think. Yeah.
So the pictures aren't reproduced, and what we see.
No, they're not. No, they're. Yes.
So mark is scale.
Say that again. Sorry.
So the mark isn't reproduced to change its scale. It's actually the painter. Actually.
Yeah. It is actually. Yeah. I think that's.
They're kind of thinking that sense of embodiment really kind of is important to all three of your work. That actually you're playing with it and actually undoing it. I think, it's one of the things that's been a bugbear for photography ever since its invention. Mm-hmm. And that statement by Della Roche that from now on painting is dead happened partly because the human being was taken out of was seen to be taken out, assumed to be taken out of the loop of the image making process. Decades later, we can actually argue that isn't entirely the case. But I think that sense of the body is, to what extent is the agency of the body actually taking place in the work is a really important playground. Have any of you got anything to say about that? I think I can't help but think all your strategies play with that conundrum.
I think for the discrete channel noise, one of the main ideas is about the fact that we talk about digital imagery being inhuman or immaterial, but in actual fact it's full of humans and full of material. And I think just to be in a very kind of basic way, by painting each pixel, it's sort of saying there's humans here. Let's not forget, because I think it's really dangerous to think about the internet as it being, this magical thing and this kind of mystical screen that delivers us things. But there's people running around left, right, and centre to make it work. And these people and this kind of, it reminds me that thing that you kids do. Here's the church, here's the steeple, and here's all the people. And there, and images are being played with, and and our data's being looked at and taken, and and I think it's very important to keep in mind, not for I did this for me this work is for me as much as it is to remind myself that actually there is a huge physicality on the internet, and it's as well we remember it, because we're in trouble if we don't, I think.
It reminds me of what Elias said. Elias, go for it.
Actually, and that would also be an answer for the question before. And I totally agree with what Claire says. There is this notion that with the upcoming of digital devices, we think there is an absence of the body, but actually, if you think of it, all the devices only function while using our body, right? We have to send an email or text message by pressing the send button or however. So, and if digitus from Latin actually means finger, and digitalis means belonging to the finger. So there is already this relation between digital and the body.
Yeah, there are so many more questions. We could have so much fun going further with this. Thank you, Claire, Theresia, and Elias. It's been an absolute pleasure to host this with you. So thank you very, very much indeed. And I look forward to following your work in future and seeing what else you're doing. So all the best.
Thank you, Phil. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, guys, we have a 10-minute break now. Is it 10 minute, right? Is that?
final session this afternoon. And thanks very much to Phil for chairing that wonderful session with Theresia and Claire and Elias. Once again, wonderful sort of viewpoints and strategies and work that's being produced and discussing around that. It was fascinating to listen to. So for the final session this afternoon, we have two presentations. We have Rahma Kazan and Matt Saunders. And Rahma is going to look at a couple of artists' work that embodies, I suppose, the three mediums in various ways, the digital, painting and photography. And likewise, Matt Saunders, he will talk about his own practice that touches on these various mediums and how he brings them together in all sorts of combinations. So I'll just introduce Rahma, who will go first, and then after Rahma's spoken, as I say, Matt, we will then have a final Q&A with Rahma and Matt, and Phil will join me for that Q&A, and that will round off the day. So I'll just introduce Rahma by giving you a brief bit of bio information. So Dr. Rahma Kazan is a researcher in contemporary aesthetics, affiliated to Institut ACTE, Sorbonne, Paris 1. She studied philosophy and art history and received her PhD from the Sorbonne in aesthetics and art theory. Her research spans modernism, image theory, speculative realism, and new materialism, and has been published in edited volumes, academic journals, and exhibition catalogues. Recent publications include Art, Science, and the Mutant Object in Post-Specimen Encounters Between Art, Science, and Curating, 2020, and Son et Image, Farce et Rire, forgive my French, I hope that's not too bad, in L'Echo du Réel, in 2021. So I will hand over to you, Rahma. I'm looking forward to hearing what you have to say about these various artists. And so thanks very much. Over to you, Rahma.
Well, good afternoon, everybody, and thank you very much, Carl. Thank you for the invitation and the introduction. And I also want to thank the technical team for their help. So I'll start. So first of all, I wanted to say that the entanglement of the digital with inherently analog art practices such as sculptural painting isn't just a one-way process. Also underway is its opposite, a return to physicality in work that was primarily or originally digital. And in this paper, I want to start by outlining some of the differences and similarities between analog and digital, and then move on to examples of how this two-way traffic between them operates. And in doing so, I want to raise several questions, like, for instance, do these examples of how painting can sort of transmute into photography or video, does it hark back to or update these sort of concepts like the dissolution of the barriers between the genres, or even the goal of unifying the arts, like in the Gesamtkunstwerk, or as digital artifacts? Should we not rather be saying that that they're gesturing towards new concepts and norms like post-photography or post-human photography, and so approaches that view painting as computational rather than physical matter, and where the apparatus plays a new and a much more prominent part. So let's just remind ourselves, first of all, of some of the differences between analog and digital. So unlike analog photography, digital photography and video, of course, no longer necessarily fulfill the function of documentation or representation, and nor are they any longer independent entities. Instead, the digital image connects with and issues from our contemporary multi-layered reality, which is a reality where information and matter and virtuality intertwine. And so that brings us, I think, to another maybe less acknowledged difference between the analog and digital arts, which is the decentering of the human viewer, because today computational modes of seeing, like satellites and drones, are displacing the primacy of human perception and introducing calculable modes of seeing that are non-representational, non-indexical, non-signifying, non-material, and that operate according to a logic of their own. So photographers and video artists, in a sense, no longer make unilateral decisions, but in line with materialist ontologies, are beginning to acknowledge the agency of the underlying forces animating their camera or materials. So I would say that all these characteristics, to different extents, are manifest in Stéphane Trois-Carré's paintings, which embody the first tendency that I mentioned, which is the integration of digital technology into painting. So we have the first image in front of us. so that would be the first example. So this is the first work in the series Clones et Mutants, Clones and Mutants, 2015 to 2016. And here the artist begins by making a sort of fairly basic abstract acrylic painting, sort of generic painting, you could say, which he then photographs and puts through Photoshop. And the color model he uses is RGB, so red, green, and blue. And what he does is to reposition the primary colors in such a way as to create a kind of echo, as you can see, an echo or a kind of outline of the black marks, so that the black marks kind of reappear quite precisely in red. And so it's a kind of anaglyph where the colors jut out from to different extents, to different degrees from the outlines of the black drawing, and also where the intensities of the colors have been tampered with, which makes for quite stark contrast. So here, the red layer, as you can see, has been positioned a few centimeters away from the original black line, and the blue layer, and then the blue layer. And of course, they can be repositioned as desired, because there are infinite number of possibilities. And so, as the artist has emphasized, by separating the different colors, he's playing with the painting's DNA. That's how he sees it, making clones and mutants, as per the title of the series. So, and then there's the final step, which is where the artist prints out the resulting image and draws or paints on the printout, producing a kind of hybrid, which then undergoes further digital or manual processing. Could we have the second image, please? Great. So here we have a still echo 2020, which is a kind of variation on the previous theme. And here we have a situation where the initial drawing in black has been deleted and only the red lines have been left. And then they have been sort of added to by the artist, who's added these blue lines by hand. And so the red lines are printed and the blue lines are hand painted. And you can tell the difference. You can see the difference actually in close up, because the printed line is a little bit blurry. I mean, I don't know if we can see it here, but maybe you could take my word for it. And then, so you have the computer and the artist who are once again working together in a complementary fashion. And it's sort of about how they can work together, how their different inputs can go together. And so complementary, because one of them does certain things and then the other does other things. And so the human is acknowledged as no longer being necessary at every step of the work. And in her book, Non-Human Photography, 2017, Joanna Zielinska explores these new types of non-human, what she calls non-human image making, and she distinguishes between three categories where the human is missing, which could be, whether as a subject, an agent, or as the addressee of the photograph. So, in other words, first of all, there's photography that's not of the human, so not without a human subject, like desolate landscapes and so on. And then secondly, photographs that are not by the human, which would be, for instance, high-tech images produced by traffic control cameras, that sort of thing, or Google Street View, that aren't taken by humans, but that we can still perceive. And thirdly, photographs that are not for the human, like, for instance, QR codes and other algorithmic modes of machine communication that exceed the human-centric visualization process, where the addressee is no longer human, and the information passes from machine to machine. And so I'd say that these two examples of Stéphane's work come under the second category, which is machines that are not by humans, but can still be perceived or used by them. And so now I want to move on to another type of work of Stéphane's, which also looks at these borders between manual and digital, but that exceeds this human-centric visualization process that I was talking about earlier. So it's the third category. And these are what he calls morphings. So next image, please. Oh yeah, perfect, thank you. So these are, as you can see, these are multi-part works which consist of several hand-painted and digital canvases, paintings, let's say, arranged in a row. Because so at either extremity, you've got two quite noticeably different paintings, right? And then in between, you've got digital prints. So there can be, several of them, depending on the series. So you've got digital prints, and each of them is an intermediate state. These sort of, like the one in the middle here, is an intermediate state between the hand-painted canvases at either end. So it creates a kind of morphing effect. So morphing A, B, and C 2015, which we've got here, is about locating a point between painting A and painting C. So between the works at either end and trying to materialize it. So there are potentially an infinite number of paintings between A and C, and the artist could have chosen any of them or several of them. But in this work, we've got these two original manually produced paintings on the outside and only one digital painting in between, which was produced by having a software calculate the differences between the two handmade paintings and generating a work lying at some point in between. And so as the artist says, this here painting has been turned into information, and it's actually quite fascinating to see what's been carried over from painting A to painting C, and what has been left out. Because in A, for instance, like A would be my left. So in A you don't have a grid, whereas in C and B you do. And then the curve in the lower right, that is my right, so in A, reappears in B. But by the time you get to C, it's become a straight line. So one of the things, so what we're looking at here really is this sort of alien logic of the machine. And there's just one intermediate work here, and even if there were more of them, like in other, as I was saying, in other morphings that he's done, none of them would be better or more beautiful than the other, because it's no longer a matter of aesthetics, but of computation. And of course, I mean, that said, the work isn't, just about technology, of course, because it's, what I think is particularly interesting about it is that it's challenging this idea of, sovereign human agency, because it's associating humans and machines, and by aligning them like this, it's suggesting that it's putting them on a par. And so, and acknowledging the capacity of the machine to create an artwork. And so here we have artistic agency, which is regarded as attributable to machines, which extends, I think, Willem Flusser's observation that the photographic apparatus has an impact on the image that is produced. Because here, the apparatus not only has an impact on the image, just like any camera has an impact on the photo it takes, but it can also, once it is set up, the machine, once it is set up, it can also make the art itself independently of the human being. Okay, so anyway, what I wanted to add was that about the morphings is that the main difference, I hope I'm doing all right for time, but the main difference between the morphings and the previous examples which as you remember, where the artist and computer were working together, is that in the first two examples, they were collaborating in a framework that was laid down by the human artist. And whereas here, I think we're a little closer to the third category, which is these images such as QR codes that eschew the human-centric visualization process and that are not addressed directly to us. So I think we're a little closer to that. And for instance, Zielinska gives the example of Véronique Ducharme's, I don't have an image of that, sorry, but it's quite easy to understand. It gives the image of Véronique Ducharme's photographic series Encounters 2012 to 2013. And it consists of digital images taken by automatic cameras installed in a forest. And here the shutters are triggered by animals or by the wind. And so the images that are produced, they include, you know, mistakes like, for instance, overexposed photos or blacked out photos, but all of them are converted into slides and then exhibited in the gallery space subsequently by projectors that operate sporadically and unpredictably, so you don't know when they're going to show the image or not. And so here we've got a kind of non-human element that we were talking about, where there's no more human agent, but there's also this non-human centric visual aspect where the machine, we're seeing what the machine sees, and where the dialogue between the machine and its environment is taking place. And in this dialogue, the human is excluded from the dialogue. So I think these intermediate works that we've seen in the morphing in this image in front of us is also the result of a similar kind of dialogue between the machine and the machine image and the images around it. And this central image is also something that's produced without the human artist, once it's set up, of course. So now I want to move on to the French filmmaker, new media artist Jacques Perconte, who engages with the second of the two tendencies that I mentioned in the beginning of this paper, which are a return to physicality in work that's primarily or originally digital. And so his approach is to recreate painting with digital techniques, and his generative video landscapes reference the history of painting. For instance, as you'll see in a minute, their textures have been compared to Monet's haystacks, to the textures of Monet's haystacks, for instance. And they also, at the same time, they transformed the video image into live painting by producing moving images in which colors literally gush from everywhere. So that they're works that really unfold in a kind of extended time frame without a beginning, a middle, or an end. And instead of working with sequences of separate images, each new image is an update of the previous one and fuses past and present shapes and colors. So perhaps we could watch a short video which lasts about 4 minutes. Perhaps we could move on to the video, please. Okay, well, thank you very much for sharing that. So just to say a couple of words about it. Well, as you can see, that he's using compression and decompression techniques, and in such a way as to introduce indetermination and chance into the kind of system, and the way that he actually describes it himself, which I think is quite good, is that he's trying to explore the contingency and unpredictability of reality through the unpredictability of the digital. And so the resulting images are the direct result of the manipulated compression techniques. And so the technique also that he's using, and that he uses quite often, is data moshing, of course, which messes up the video's compression by corrupting the pixels. And so in compressed videos, there are iframes, which are the complete images, and dframes, which only store data about pixel movement. And if the iframes are removed or the dframes are corrupted, then, of course, you get the data moshing effect. So perhaps we could move on to the next image, please. So these are just sort of images of different works of his that will be coming up next. So, of course, as in the previous examples, Percon's work isn't just about technology, but it's about the pairing of technology with the movement, materiality, and chaos and unpredictability that we associate with life and living things. So it's about using these systems in two ways, these digital systems, in two ways that contradict their inherent nature, and also that of the video medium as well. Because first of all, he's trying to reinstate the materiality of virtual video images, because materiality contributes to the impression of aliveness. And of course, there was a discussion about that yesterday, which perhaps we could pursue later on. And then secondly, it's about generating the unpredictability that we associate with life. And I think another thing that Percon has said is that most photographs don't reproduce a reality or landscape, but only what we already know of it. And so his own work is about trying to manifest that unknown, invisible flow beyond what we know, so that this flow that engenders life and its emergence, and that he tries to recreate without reproducing or representing it. And there's an interesting quote by Frédéric Paillard about this, where he says, I quote, this is my translation, compression enables Percon not to repeat the way in which a landscape, because these are all landscapes, of course, not to repeat the way in which a landscape emerges into the world, but to repeat the difference its emergence expresses. So, in other words, to renew the unique and ungraspable event constituted by its emergence. Okay, so perhaps we could have the next and last image, please. Thank you very much. So, just a few words to finish off about Percon's working method. So, his starting point is a selection of video rushes that explore aspects of light, movement, and energy. And then the files are collaged together, and the compression formats are selected in accordance with the parameters he wants. And then in the process, each image is reduced to a set of data that affects the transformation from the previous image to the next one. And so as a result, the forms and colors that emerge from this process don't have an individual spatio-temporal identity, but update and adapt the colors and textures that preceded them. And so Percon's images are in a state of ongoing flux, and they're continually generating images that may never be perceived again. And I think that, like the morphings of Stéphane Trois-Carré, I think there's also a non-human element here that fits the second category we saw, which is work, without the human agent. And there's also this attempt to exceed the human-centric visualization process, such that humans can no longer directly perceive, follow, or directly influence what is going on, and where the machine behaves almost autonomously once it's been set up. And it allows us to see not what we're accustomed to seeing, but what it perceives in a sense. So we can, of course, see Perron's images, but I think what surpasses us is their logic, and, for instance, why the flow moves in one direction rather than another. And so this logic, I think, is to a large extent unpredictable, and the autonomy of these images kind of gestures towards image systems where the non-human has taken over from the human. And so here again, I think what we're admiring is this kind of alien logic of the digital process enabled and thought through by the artists. So we might conclude, I hope I'm right for time, on the conclusion now, we might conclude that just as painting takes on the virtual dimension in the work of Stéphane Trois-Carrés, there's also the digital that acquires a more perhaps material, arguably material aspect in the work of Jacques Perron, or at any rate a more live aspect. And in both cases, technical processes that are generally regarded as reductive, like compression or the separation or suppression of colors, end up having an expansive effect. But that's not all the two artists have in common, because they also flatten the distinction between painting and photography or video, not by references to genre, but thanks to the digitization process, which turns all media into information. So the aim is no longer to unify the arts, but rather to point to the connections between the arts and all the masses of non-art data surrounding us, all of which are or can be similarly digitized. So digital artworks, these digital artworks, I think, connect with new concepts such as non-human photography or post-photography, in which the machine, like in these works, is playing an increasingly prominent part. Thank you.
Thank you, Rahma. That was, like all the talks we've had so far today, absolutely fascinating. So thank you very much for your insights there. And we will open up some discussion in a little while. So we'll come back to you at the Q&A at the end. Yep, thanks again. Excuse me. So it's now my pleasure to introduce Matt Saunders, who is coming, I think he's based in New York, or between two continents, in a second. I'm just going to introduce you, Matt, with a little bit of bio information, and then I'll hand over to you. Matt is our last speaker of the day, of the event. And after Matt, Phil and I join Rahma and Matt for a bit of a discussion, a bit of a Q&A. So I'll just, as I say, I'll give you a little bit of information about Matt. Lives between Berlin, Germany and Cambridge, Massachusetts, where he currently teaches at Harvard University. His work challenges the boundaries of artistic media. He enacts painting as a time-based and transitive medium through his camera-less photography, multi-screen animation, and innovative painting and printmaking processes. Best known for his haunting portraits and landscapes, the imagery culled from a myriad of sources, including avant-garde cinema and found photographs, and moving image works, Saunders' practice uses analog materials to explore the fleetingness, mobility, and affective power of images. His work has been in numerous group exhibitions, including MoCA, North Adams, Massachusetts, the Photographers Gallery, London, Palais de Tokyo, Paris, the Whitney Museum of American Art in New York, the Cordova Museum, Lincoln, Massachusetts, the 2011 Sarjar Biennial, and the Aspen Art Museum, Colorado. And his work is in collections of major institutions, including the Museum of Modern Art in New York, the Guggenheim Museum, New York, San Francisco Museum of Modern Art, California, UCLA Hammer Museum, California, Museum of Fine Art, Boston. He was the 2015 recipient of the Rappaport Prize for the D. Cordova Sculpture Park and Museum, the 2013 Prix Jean-Francois Prat, and the 2009 Louis Comfort Tiffany Foundation Award. Yes, I hope I wasn't embarrassing you there, Matt. But that's just probably the tip of the iceberg. So I will now drop away, as it were, and hand over to you, Matt. It's lovely to have you here. So welcome, and we look forward to hearing what you have to present for us now. So over to you, Matt. Thank you.
I'm not sure. Do you see me now?
Yep, you're fine. You're fine to go.
Oh, okay, great. I don't see myself on the screen, but it could just be.
I can see your screen. It's fine.
Okay, great. Well, hello, everyone. Hi, Carl. Thank you so much. Thank you to the tech team. I'm actually Zooming from Cambridge, Massachusetts right now. So I feel like I should start my talk with a couple of disclaimers. And the first is that it may really well be that I have no business talking about the digital. I'm a pretty insistently analog artist, but I know that Carl asked me to do this precisely because of the way that my work hybridizes and cross-pollinates across media. And I do think that in this transference and mutability, he saw something related to the subjects of this gathering. And although I've been able to catch only small parts of the conference, I understand and I agree. The second disclaimer is that I'm going to really talk about my work. I'm going to keep this grounded in my work because it's the subject I feel sure about discussing in this context. I'm not going to be presenting a coherent theory of any kind. I really believe in material intelligence and the capacity for work to lead us places. So I didn't want to make an argument extrinsic to the work, since the work is the argument I'm making. I also didn't want it to be illustrative or even a kind of standard artist talk. Not so much in real life, but in the studio, I really stand by the principle of the blind date. Mismatching, discomfort, unfussed connections, and I think that might be generative for this transmedia conversation. What I'm going to do is show you a few bodies of work, articulate some questions and loose threads and things I think that might be surfacing in that work, questions I haven't answered for myself necessarily, while dating, while putting them against another framework which I've loosely borrowed, which I'll get back to in a second. The other preamble is that this talk is rather self-consciously following up on a talk I gave a few years ago called Thread Pixel Grain, that was in a conference about painting in a post-medium condition that happened here at Harvard. The approach I took back then was to think about the difference between a medium, by which I mean a genre or the conventions by which things are categorized, and mediums, the actual materials of making, move through work and can operate in different types of spaces. I ended that talk with a short animation of screen tests between different materials and moving image, another kind of blind date between, say, toner or ink or casein and a moving picture. And through this, I stayed very definitively away from the word media, and I will today too. But I am interested in what that word summons in me. Ideas of mediation, transmission, exchange. So when I think about transmission, I think more and more not only about the signal and the means of transmission, but the type of space in which ideas and works and images and objects land. And this, for this talk, I think that's the space of an image without illusion or perspective is what I'm inclined to call its fabric. I've been very deep in the print collections of Harvard for the last couple of years, and I'm going to use this to show you where my head is. And for these images, I need to really credit my collaborator and friend Jennifer Roberts, who's an art historian here, who took these pictures with a macro lens, and we co-teach a class that engages with this material. But the thing about printmaking, of course, is that the matrix in a print is binary. It's essentially an on-off signal, and the traditional languages of printmaking, say intaglio printing, etching, engraving, find the image sutured with a kind of stylized visual system, various conventions of interweaving light and dark, whether you're depicting fabric, not fabric. No part of this image escapes the logic, which is often one of interweaving. It's often structural logic, although that structure could be waves and ripples. And unlike the unvariegated grain of a photograph, say, or the regularity of a kind of high resolution pixel structure, these structures often hold the potential for meaningful difference in the picture, like these two different spaces in this print of Narcissus and the reflection. Or one of my favorites is the profound, mind-blowing unity of message and signal in this famous print of the Sudarium, the miraculous image of Christ's face imprinted on Veronica's veil that was made by Claude Milan, and is comprised, I'm sure many of you know this, of a single unbroken, uninflected spiraling line which is a tour de force of both theological unity, emanation, and on the margins, complete strange sensual strangeness. It's a complex image woven by a single thread. And although in our modern image culture, the virtuosic engraver has been replaced by mechanized halftone processes, the jump here to pixelization is quite obvious. I contend that you can never escape the fabric. This is a detail of a Joseph Albers screen print, one of the original prints of the color theory book, the deluxe color theory book, and you see here the weave, even of the silkscreen screens, even in the most unmodulated color, you get this. No image can escape its essential fabric. And so rather than conceal the weave, the fiber, the grain of the ground, I'm increasingly interested in artists who explore the strangeness of a whole cloth image. Considering these veil prints by Robert Rauschenberg, which were made by dropping a handkerchief onto a lithographic stone, or here's a detail of Cedar Hill by Helen Frankenthaler, which is a woodcut in which the grain is jittering into a kind of deluge of static. The uncanny materiality in old daguerreotypes and photographs, where there's an inseparability between emulsion, damage, image, time, and of course, jumping around, Seurat, the master of a kind of optically entangled image. And the reason I bring up Seurat is that I'm thinking in particular for this talk, now getting into the blind dating, of an essay by Carol Armstrong on the drawings by Seurat. And in this text from 2015 in Grey Room, she traces the invention of pointillism through Seurat's entanglement with the structures of the paper that he's using. So this is something she connects very explicitly to the Jacquard loom and all the adjacent literature at the time around color and weaving, around color that the weaving and dye industry brought out. And his awareness of handwork and weaving, particularly she cites this image of the artist's mother embroidering. And this is what Armstrong says, which interests me. She says, the rasterized and or woven look of these drawings, pointillism before the fact, and effect rather than by technique, by means of the interweaving of ground and facture rather than mark per se. And she goes on to say that work that's in the matrix as opposed to on a plane, and she's here contesting modernist picture space, is close-up, material, embodied, tactile as well as optical, plural, generative, and something that, quite apart from being a neutral passive support, weighs into the account of the material through the painter. So although Armstrong's point in this text becomes largely to argue with the picture space of modernism, what interests me especially is her articulation of the merging of facture and ground, which is quite frankly something very matter of fact for any painter, but nonetheless I think an interesting way to attach language to uncanny details like this, which is a photo I took of a Titian show here in Boston the other week. You know, what is it that's so uncanny about this interweaving of fabric and form, fabric and body, in these types of encounters in paintings that we all know? And of course, I couldn't resist this picture, which was painting adjacent to the Titian, and how poor the representation of the fabric was compared to the actual fabricness of the picture. But I think the most profound thing for me that Armstrong does is borrow a word from the painter and psychoanalyst Brakke Edinger, the matrixial. And although Armstrong distances herself from Edinger's Lacanian grounding, she nonetheless twists the term to call for, quote, a matrixial account of media. I used the word matrix earlier in this talk, in a specialized meaning, of course, as the plate or screen or block that imprints the image in printmaking. But even that type of matrix shares the same roots, the Latin words for mother and womb, with Ettinger's matrixial, which she develops as a counterbalance to the phallocentric thinking of Lacan. Attachments are considered not between figures, but between spaces of emergence, grounds, I'd say, with only partially differentiated selves in which linkage happens across overlapped borders, a kind of thing that she calls border space. So I've been reading Ettinger, and I've been thinking about the model that she proposes of this matrixial border space as maybe a kind of analog to the zone in which my own play between painting and photography has been operating. this is a way I've not looked at my work in the past, and I'm kind of testing it out on you right now. But I'm idiosyncratically, and I hope ultimately productively, misusing her phrase and her concept, as Armstrong actually is doing as well, detached from precise psychoanalytic meetings, and also distanced from the way that Edinger applies it to her own visual art. But what I'm going to do is spend the rest of this talk showing some border spaces that I see emerging in my own work, and some of the matrixial, liquid, fabric qualities of those images, which, as I said, are all insistently analog. But I'm hoping that here there are lessons that might broaden our imagination of the digital. I can't help, for instance, but to imagine that Armstrong's merging of facture ground can set the stage for the merging of grounding ground, which might be a useful concept for a digital world in which there is no unmediated facture, perhaps. But on to my work. The first thing that I want to consider is permeability. This is another quotation from the Edinger text that I am leaning on heavily here, and the rest of the text you see in my slides will be from that same source. I didn't bother to cite her all the way through. When I say permeability, I don't mean transparency exactly. I don't mean seeing through something. I mean the capacity for two things to actually become permeable to each other. Of course, perhaps visually, but also in other ways. This is what my painting looked like 15 years ago, sort of prehistory here. It's oil painting on the back of a sheet of plastic with silver ink on the front, making an articulation of a separate kind of surface. And I was particularly interested in these surfaces, which I think actually meant that I was interested in the interior of the photograph. I was completely perplexed by that enclosed space, by that space behind the screen, as it were. And that really led me to my work of the past decade, in which I'm often using painted materials, usually purpose-made materials, as negatives with which to expose photographic paper. I shine light through them. In this case, it's an ink drawing, to expose an image, which of course comes out as the negative of the original. So it's the ability of light to pass through thinness that instantiates these works. And for me, they ended up feeling generatively alienated from both painting and photography, bringing together some of the maneuvers and qualities and materials of both, sometimes completely naturally and other times very self-consciously. I say that looking at this slide, where you see the stretcher bars, you see on the edges some of the ways that I've clamped it to the surface to make good contact with the print, but also pushing into stranger space between those media. Like in this image, the liquidity here is expressed in the developing fluids and not the paint. And if we were speaking a few years ago, I would be showing you this and talking about how it was the meeting of materials on a kind of stage. I was very interested in this idea of taking painting and photography out of their natural zones and alienating them, stranding them in unfamiliar spaces and seeing how they interacted. But today I'm more and more thinking about how they bring their own spaces with them in some sense, and this is more about the folding together of two logics than the separation of things from, I don't know what I mean, kind of native land. But this sense of the artwork as a complex of two intersecting materialities. This picture is actually from a show that I titled Two Worlds, I realize, has only become more explicit in my work as I've paired these photo pieces with animations that are hand-drawn but digitally assembled, and really brings out the fact that the photo painting has always had a very close relationship for me between the inseparable complex of projection and screen, signal and screen. When these two types of planes come together, they can make new interiors, like the way the depth of field in this picture makes an atmosphere of contact and distance, or they can completely intertwine, like the intense thickness and thinness of this almost surveillance-like image of a couple in bed, which has this quality because I painted it on what I always call ecclesiastical linen from a church supply company, the finest of the fine. When you have fluid passages with this kind of fabric structure, it implies a kind of soaking through, which in times has actually become literalized, as in this piece, which was actually flooded by Hurricane Sandy in New York. It's silver gelatin print in which the floodwaters came into the gallery storage, lifted off the emulsion, and redeposited it into a significant improvement, I think, of the thing that I had made. And this world of saturation does dissolve, I think, clear distinctions between figure and ground. And here's Ettinger again. I'm sorry, no, this is Griselda Pollock. This is from a preface to an Ettinger text. But she writes, Ettinger invites us to consider aspects of subjectivity as encounter, occurring at shared border spaces between several co-affecting partial subjectivities that are never entirely fused or totally lost, but share and process with an always already minimal difference, elements of each other unknown. So on one hand, I really believe it's important to maintain an unknowing between the elements of an artwork, but that doesn't mean it can't be precise and indexical, or emphatically equate image with object, or use things like troubling the image from the vantage place to the ground. These are two pictures that resulted from the difference between primed and unprimed canvases and how that functions in my process. So let's quickly return to one more of Ettinger's descriptions, which, looking back, really does seem to me like it could be a good description of any of the potential play between painting, photography, moving image in my own practice. And moving image, as I mean it here, is expressed in the mutating serial approach that I take to working, but also, of course, the subjects that I'm drawing, mostly from film. So Ettinger writes, I relate the matrix to the process I called metamorphosis, dealing eyes and non-eyes in emergence and coexistence, with neither symmetrical nor identical mirroring relationships. These are processes of change without domination. Eyes and non-eyes may be related to one another or simply turn their backs on one another, but they neither swallow nor kill each other, symbolically or in reality, while transforming in one another's presence. The borderlines between them are surpassed and transformed to become thresholds. Now, of course, passing through in two dimensions always involves a third or fourth dimension. You've got something coming from another axis. And this reminds me or this brings me to the next thing I want to talk about, which is reversal. Jennifer Roberts, again, always talks about in a print how when you reverse something, not rotate it, but reverse it, you have to flip around an axis in an additional dimension. You have to lift the paper off the desk and flip it through space. I found this compelling, and I've long played with flipping and reversing my painted negatives, which is, I think, a supreme and fascinating liberation for a painter. And I have been preoccupied with images of turning and turning away. Here, again, is Ettinger on this idea of selfing and othering, existing and turning away. And what stands out, which is what I've bolded here, I won't read it to you, is not just the meeting of two mutually unknowing things, but the non-rejection and non-assimilation, a combination of proximity and distance, which, since we're talking about distance, brings me back to printmaking. And I want to think for a second more about reversibility, because we think of the intrinsic ease of manipulating digital images. And of course, it's the ease of flipping a photographic negative that has long made in our lifetimes the sense of reversible and re-reversible images so fluid, in contrast, of course, to earlier generations in dealing with the trouble of pouncing and reversing and the kind of the difficulties of flipping that printmaking has always encountered. It makes me wonder, if we take images to be always stitched into the materials, how can that body be manipulated? How can we push its boundaries? And how can we also represent a body in its entirety in another type of medium? This is a large series of copper plates in which I used soap ground as a kind of a time release analog to drawing photographically. We could talk about that later if anyone is interested. But I was very interested in the solidity of this copper in contrast to all my diaphanous and reversible fabrics. So for the edition of this project, we printed not just the front of the plates, but also the backs, which I thought of as the subconscious of the conscious image that was on the front. These abstractions carry information, a kind of field recording of the activity that produced the images. And more concretely, when exhibited together, they in ways make up a picture of the body, the actual body of the object, of the work, the heavy plate with its density, impermeability, as well as its capacity to nonetheless transfer something, whether it's pressure, directional movement, from the front to the back. Another example, these are more literal bodies. These are monoprints that I made by painting a piece of fabric with watercolor and then folding it in wet paper and running it through the press to pull out the image from both sides at once. The press, of course, meanwhile, has a direction of motion, so it pushes the water out from the center. And so much of these works became about understanding which lines would hold and which would wash out, which parts of the drawing could contain the liquid body as it expanded outwards. And also working with this idea of the image-body complex, even as the mirroring of the double print meets the fabric, matrix, bodies, sidedness, and foldability. In a simpler way, this snapshot of a matrix body runs through the photographic work, most obviously in works like this, where the fabric holding the painting comes to actually upstage the image, but also in works with a strong, clear image. My particular hybrid way of crossing painting with photography, the necessity of something to hold the paint, can't float it in the air, gives the body a literal fabric, a matrix of indexical scale, a measure to the images. And this is such a simple idea, but it's maybe actually just the core of my talk. It runs through all of my work with photography, passing light through to make an image. The matrix and the mark making are conspicuously merged, and the intrinsic internal texture is always present, fixed in some way and yet malleable. Its structure of warp and weft can't help but have associations with pixels, but like digital space, it can contain and strain into other fluidities, rips, distortions, all the while persisting in an almost binary and ultra-literalist structure. But I want to move away from warp and weft for a second, because I did mention a different type of body than the fabric earlier. I talked about the fluid body of the water in the prints, not washing it out, but actually birthing the image, expanding to fill the form. And one of the most generative aspects of the darkroom work I've been doing has been this conflation of real liquidity, of chemicals, paint, with a kind of liquidity of light. In images like this portrait of a pool, I'm clearly playing with the merging of light, color, water, and there are a lot of abstract works in which this is the main logic. I'm making a work like this by drawing with watercolor on sheets of plastic that I place in the negative tray of the enlarger and essentially build an abstract painting in layers, not by individual marks, but by intersections of separate planes. And this is something I do a lot with also more stable images, thinking of the intersection of two types of picture spaces, or if you will, two matrices, the painting of the threads on the linen and color carried by beams of light. It's perhaps too simple to call this matrixial border space, but I find that concept resonant with the emergence and pushing from one medium against another that's in play here. And so, I think this is maybe the last time I'll quote Ettinger. I have one or two more texts later on, but she says, the matrix is the locus of a process of multidirectional change and exchange on the borders of perceptibility. And lest we get too distracted by the color and by the brightness of these large sea prints, I want to make this argument also with the works that I made during lockdown, during COVID, in which I didn't have access to my studio or the color darkroom or any of the space I used, so I found a way to work in my bathtub with a series of these resist drawings, which I'm using oil paint and photochemicals on a sheet of photosensitized paper out in the light. So if you get the developer on it, it will just turn black. I'm painting with oil and turpentine, pouring on the developing chemistry, and that oily paint resists the water-based chemicals and protects the paper at first, but oil will float up on water, and so it soon starts to lift and change. And once the work starts emerging, it's a quick and time-based process, improvising and rolling chemicals and oil around on the surface, holding edges, moving them, losing control, regaining it. Like any space of materiality, working with this kind of collaboration is a learning curve around dynamics of control and unpredictability, and that's where I'm going to end. I want to talk about the unpredictable, the known and the unknown. There's a part of me that really wishes I could have watched somebody's screen during an earlier part of this run through of my work, because in many cases, and I don't know if you experienced this at all, the grid of some of those weaves will produce a moire pattern. It's something that erupts so often in digital images of my work, and it always makes me think of the ultimate fluidity and unfixedness of vision itself, and it's, of course, something that has really emerged in our digital, in our lives of digital looking. In my work, I've often played with moire and distortion, and also the strangeness of double vision, double exposure, again, emerging not exactly of two figures, but kind of two fields. And in a separate practice from these photo prints, the practice of animation and installation, I spatialize this multiplicity. I guess in a way, this is actually my digital practice, as the videos are edited digitally, heavily sequencing and atomizing the slicing of materials that are produced in an analog fashion, but I really can't claim to be operating quite in the space of the computer with this. But of course, as I was talking about mediation through screens, I'm thinking a lot about these projection screens, which are produced of different materials, and these installations intersect with spaces and rooms in ways that specifically deny any kind of privileged position. There's no ideal viewing point for any of these works. They're made for an ever mobile body, one that they're edited in such a way that one's back is always to something, working against any sense of sure-footedness. The images themselves hover between figuration and abstraction, often through very simple means, in this case, blotting wet drawings with plastic. And you may not always perceive a figure in the still, but it is something that becomes visible as a kind of ghost when it goes into motion. So I'm thinking about all of this work again right now, and about the slipperiness in general as I've just started this new series of overpainted photos that are brand new and still emerging. The problem with a lecture like this, and now I'm really at the end, so you can sigh some relief, is that I don't experience emergence myself showing you old work. And something I liked about the talk I did a couple years ago were those screen tests. So I made a brand new moving image thing for this talk, which is not a work. It's just thinking in the first step in a simple way about how image programs handle or see the materials that I'm using, how to move past a simple scan of a drawing. In this case, running drawings through a difference filter. The result is, you'll see, a kind of psychedelic digital space that I haven't spent much time in, and I feel very out of water in, but I'd like to subject myself to it now. And while we watch this 2-minute silent video, I'll wrap up by just saying that I hope that the approach that I've taken here makes some sense to you and to this conversation. My way of working as an artist has never been to exactly perform any genre or media in a stable way. I focused on crossing them, setting up material exchanges between multiple media, and especially between multiple grounds. So it's been a funny gambit to pair my work with these Edinger quotations. Also for me, though, I think a very productive way to look at other criteria than simply playing with media or image making. It focuses my attention on the subtle space of production where the work comes into being, the minutes and seconds in the darkroom, or the moment when a painting on canvas is no longer an end, but is a tool. I really loved in Rahma's talk this idea of the endless lineage out of a painting, the mothering of other images. And it's been a chance to think about why I was dissatisfied with the Armstrong take on the material, on the matrixial, taking that idea straight to gender binaries and applying it to obvious cases like textiles or looms. I started with printmaking here to bring up the obvious play between image and coding, but I really hope that things can get much more weird. I titled this half-hour Fabric Liquid Eye to mark the passage from matrix to state change and onto the gaze. And I think I'm just going to leave it there and hope that there are better minds to draw lessons about the potential of these types of cross-medial complexes in the analog and how those might move into other types of spaces. Maybe it will turn out to be a dead end, but at the very least, I can leave you with these silent moving images. And I'll play this out to the end and then stop sharing my screen. How are you in time? Yes, we're okay. Okay. Great.
Yeah, thank you for that. Thank you for that, Matt. That was amazing, like all the other talks. And so much to digest, both from yours and Rahma's back. You can hear it's okay. Yeah, what I was struck with in both your talks, and as you'll be aware, I have sort of curated, I brought these talks together in various ways throughout the last 2 days, was a connection between the artists that you were looking at, Rahma, particularly the video work of Picant there, and your own work, Matt, is the sense of unpredictability being purposefully built into the work. With the video work you showed us, Rahma, as you were saying, the machine in compressing images and building images on previous images takes on a life of its own. So there is an unpredictability there. And for you, Matt, this strange unpredictability of how materials come together, coalesce, react. So on one hand, you have this digital unpredictability in what you were showing us, Rahma, and on the other side for you, Matt, there is this material unpredictability. And I found that fascinating how we've got these two sides of potentially analog and digital there. And I just wondered, to try and form it into a question, in terms of authorship. I mean, there is an overarching authorship, obviously. I just wonder what your thoughts are in terms of further thoughts in terms of authorship. Rahma, what do you think for Picant, where his authorship lies? Is it possible to just open that up a little bit with regards to allowing these things to happen, allowing the machines to take over?
Yes. No, I think that's a really interesting question. Well, I don't know. I sort of wonder about that. I mean, the authorship is obviously setting everything up. It's putting in the parameters you want. So, I mean, to what extent is that his authorship run? I think it's really a key question that's very difficult to answer, actually. And that's also, I think, something I was trying to get at. I mean, I don't know if it came across, but also that, I mean, a lot of this is really about following machines and also the way that they, think. And so, so once we're doing that, I mean, how much of the human is left in there, really? I mean, in a way, we're switching them on and then letting them do whatever they want, in a sense. And so I find it a bit actually disturbing that so much is being left to machines, actually, personally. But it's a bit hard to answer the question, actually. It's a difficult question, I think. I need to think about it a little bit longer.
Could I pose something in relationship to that, in terms of this idea about authorship? There's a superb little essay by Roland Barthes called Death of the Author. I'm sure you know it well. And I always remember reading a response by another critic, and they described how Barthes pulls the rug from under the artist, because you're just left with no meaningful intention. That's only a crisis if you're thoroughly bought into the idea of self-expression. If you remove this kind of mythology of self-expression out of it, it can free you up. And then you realize that the kind of work that Picant is making is actually entirely valid and very engaging. But also, I think it's transgressive, because it actually removes that idea of agency. It puts the agency somewhere else, which is a problem. Which is something that so many people have a problem with.
Yeah.
But artists have always been transgressive, these kind of orders. So why not let a machine do it? I mean, Metzinger was trying to do it with his mad kind of automated machines he was making. But then you've got this work happening where you're setting up an algorithm and you're letting things happen. And we saw this yesterday, Alan Hirsch, for example. I just think it's really interesting. I mean, you've thrown this idea, Matt, about the symbolic order in as well. And you both use the term generative, which I think is really interesting, because I think of generative grammar and the idea of a number of rules and whatever. And then you're kind of throwing in the idea of Lacan, which you might not want to attach anything to for good reason, but you then think about the symbolic order and the kind of the number of rules, whatever complexes that children have to go through to become an accepted part of society. But when you start taking this central thing of agency out of our control, then you have this opportunity to make something that actually I think transgresses what we can predict. And I just think that gets really, really interesting then.
Could I add something very briefly to what I said? Sorry if it's not an interruption. It was just that I mean, you could also consider it as a sort of entanglement, couldn't you, between the machine and the artist? So in fact, from now on, well, you know, in general, I mean, you could sort of accept this idea that the artist and machine are working together, and that it's a kind of assemblage or whatever, and then you're also getting rid of the self-expression, but not in that sense, but in the sense of saying that they're actually working together. So I mean, and they're both expressing themselves. So it would be another alternative, perhaps.
I think that the entanglement is actually one of the things I really picked up on your talk that I loved, and that sense of entanglement with an alien logic really resonates with me. And I think in the case of the work you're discussing, it is the machine which we can assign more of a kind of agency to. Certainly for myself, it's more gravity, flow. It's an erasure. It's a non-human agency though. So it's not actually that far away. And I can say I don't want to be the author of my own work. I always think that the way to work is to throw something in the air and then catch it. So you're not totally getting contact. You're entangled with this process, but there are periods of time when it's turning on other dynamics, and that sense of collaborating with a kind of extreme non-self is I think super important. And I think I find it challenging to think about how to work with machines, partially because I don't think of them as completely non-human as I do, say, gravity or something like that. But I think that's the thing I take away from your talk is struggling more with the sense of animal logic and machine logic as equivalent to the types of processes I use, and whether there's a way to engage with that more.
And so Matt, just let me jump in there, but extending on what you're saying there, and just picking up on what Phil was saying, and we're talking about an overall authorship of setting things going, whether it be through the digital or bringing materials together and allowing things to happen, or rather not allowing things to happen, encouraging things to happen as a strategy. I mean, that's an overarching strategy of authorship, isn't it? And this is sort of a clue of an answer in the question here. Why is this unpredictability important as a strategy in the digital age? Why is that important to us? To you as an artist, Matt, and Rahma, your thoughts on that as well? Well, Rahma,
who would go for? I mean,
sure, Rahma.
Oh, okay. Well then, Actually, if I could just say something very, very quickly in response to what Matt just said, but very quickly, and then I'll move on to it, which is that also this question of, the machine being a sort of self, autonomous entity, I think is always a little bit disturbing, because it's also our projection, isn't it? So perhaps we can't ever really say that. That's why I'm trying to say it, and not say it at the same time. But and also I think the other thing is that is this question that the digital, is binary, isn't it? So but binary in the sense that it fragments things and it cuts them up. So then again, it's difficult to talk about entanglement, because that's against the binary, isn't it? So those are the two questions that I think are a little bit in suspense there. That anyway, that I feel militate a little bit against, immediately talking about machines being autonomous, etc. And anyway, sorry, I got carried away and I forgot the question. Sorry about that.
I just wondered why. I mean, we have at the last symposium that I hosted, we had an artist who works with artificial intelligence, Mario Klingman. He gave a great talk where he programs artificial intelligence in the computer to really start to generate its own work. And I just wonder, and so that's very much, I can see touches of that coming into what you were showing us, Rahma, and very much, Matt, as you were talking about, forgive me, I'm repeating myself here, but the materiality, you call it blind dating, didn't you, or blind dates? Mm-hmm. I love how you're getting images of material, and you're linking that to fabric and materiality of the body as a body as well. But this unpredictability. Why is unpredictability important to try and to encourage unpredictability? Why is that important now in the digital age? Sorry, Matt.
I'm not. I'm going to have to find my way to the digital in that, but I would say that I'm not interested in expression, and that a lot of what's most, I'll use the word again, generative to me in my work is the way that work is a kind of perception. And I think something I struggle with is how to take what I think is the living center of the work, which is a kind of darkroom experience or a studio experience, and actually have that embodied in the picture. But what I'm talking about, for instance, is there's pieces where I'm hanging the fabric against the photo paper. The airflow in the room is the most important variable. And so it's a space where I set up a kind of weather vane to understand the atmosphere that I'm actually operating in. So my body and the sort of imperceptible, the haptic and the invisible becomes registered in the way of working, and that's actually what's exciting when doing it. I do feel like we now live in a complex enough digital world that it is no longer mechanistic. It has kind of intelligences and logics and its own weather systems and things that become fully immersive. And I don't know if this answers your question, but I do think that for me, the unpredictability is the space of observation. It's the space where you're actually watching what's happening versus trying to steer the ship. And I think that if I found more ways, and I'm not sure if I ever will, to move my work into an engagement with real digital materials, I think I would be interested in following the weather patterns and following the fabric of that space, and I wouldn't be able to do that by like charting a course and following it.
And then perhaps it's, yeah, no, I agree. I think that's very interesting, and I think that also perhaps in the case of the artist I mentioned, well, I think perhaps in the first case there wasn't. I mean, I think the first case also had Stéphane Troquin. I think there was also a kind of unpredictability there, because you don't expect a human to sort of get involved in these things. You know what I mean? So I think there is a kind of unpredictability as well in the first one. And why are they important? Well, because I don't know, I suppose perhaps you could sort of generalize and say it's this issue of control. We don't want to be controlled or something like that. But and also it's a way of giving some expression to these things, because otherwise it would be completely machine made, wouldn't it? So I don't know. Sorry, that's probably aren't very rather cliched answer.
Had the capacity to, if computers originally had the capacity to make a mess of things, artists would be trying to use computers to make order out of them. Now, artists want to use computers to make a mess because they're designed to make an order. We want, as creatives, we want to see what happens when we try and make something transgress its conventional values. And I think that's present in the work you've been showing us today. I think that's really clear. Even if, Matt, yours is quite analog, you still got that matrix there in the kind of substance of the weave and weft of the fabric you're using. I thought it was fascinating work, I really did.
Just extending on this, forgive me, I've just had a couple of questions come through. Until Julian Huss, who presented yesterday, it's a question, but it's also an observation. He's put the aspect of the unpredictable seems to have been very important in both presentations. Is this not perhaps dangerous in comparison? And I drew the comparison there, didn't I, start with this. It is perhaps not dangerous in comparison because we understand algorithms too anthropomorphically. Is there a danger in that? Rahma, what do you think about that?
Yeah, well, I think that's what I was trying to say just a little bit before, that I think we're projecting a lot on, and we're talking about computers being, completely autonomous or whatever, and I think there is definitely that risk. And I mean, how to get around it? That's a question, really.
Well, but in what you're saying there about the machine's autonomy, I think that the Picant there, and for yourself, Matt, that you are absolutely, completely the authors of the work. And forgive me, I referred to Mario Klingman, who sets up artificial intelligence to generate, and he says quite emphatically, I am the author of this. I am determining this, even because I am allowing, or encouraging, I'm allowing the machine to do this. And for Matt, you are not just allowing, but you are provoking the materials and the chemicals and the liquid and the material. You are. I think you are. It absolutely is still about authorship and the machine. Yes, allowing the machine to do this, to explore and escape. And I think that picking up on what Phil's saying, I think it's very much, it is about human nature, that we want unpredictability, that we want that sort of grit and irritant and challenge, and that perhaps it. And forgive me, I was trying to put it hide it in the question in a way that the digital age feels to be too instant. It's too instant and it's too slippery and too slick, and we want, as human beings, we want that kind of unpredictability. Sorry.
Maybe that's why it could be interesting also to think about it in terms of entanglement, because then you no longer have so much, these sort of individual entities who put themselves forward, as it were. I mean, you no longer have perhaps the notion of authorship. It just sort of disappears automatically, doesn't it? As I think we were sort of touching on before. And yeah.
Sorry to interrupt you there, Rahma. Just got another question, and forgive me, I know we seem to be rushing things on. I'm mindful of time because the topics we're dealing with are vast, and we could talk around this for a long time. Oh, mindful of time. Jacqueline Butler. She's asked. She's mentioned thinking about the hybridity between discipline processes. I think perhaps with yours, Matt, challenging dimensional qualities of print. She's wondering about your thoughts on how this brings an embodied experience for both artist and viewer. Matt, what are your thoughts on that? The embodied experience for artists, but also then for the viewer as well.
I think it's crucial. I mean, I questions like scale and installation are really essential. It's hard to talk about in a slide talk, and it's hard to claim any kind of mastery over them. But that's how things work or don't work, is when they activate that sense of embodiment. And I think that I already said that my one of the unexpected experiences I had starting to work in this way, which was in that earlier black and white image where I talked about the fluidity of the developer. That moment of working, I was exposing 10 or 20 sheets of paper in the same way, and then putting them in an empty tray and putting the darker chemistry down by hand with a brush or a broom or a bucket. But of course, you don't see anything. You make the mark, and nothing happens. And 30 seconds later, everything starts to appear, but it's too late to change anything. And so it became this process of rehearsing a choreography. So that was, I think, a really pivotal moment in my work where I understood my body in relationship to painting in a completely different way, where it wasn't a tool to make this mark in real time. I would have to learn a set of movements to make the image I was trying to get, and kind of rehearse them, kind of do many, and just like learn that way of moving in space, also in complete blackness. And I wish that I were able to get that kind of energy into a viewer's experience. I think that my beginning to work with multi-screen animated videos right after that had something to do with that sense of trying to animate a space for a viewer that was like almost too optical to be optical. You're almost more aware of the push of flat. Those videos are very intense. They flash a lot. There's a lot of brightness, and so they're trying to kind of move you around the space almost pre-consciously. And I think there's a connection between a kind of bodily revelation in the act of making and an ambition in the installations. But I don't think the installations are as successful as that darkroom. I would love to just like maybe get people to come and work in the darkroom for me. But yes, embodiment. I'm into it.
Thank you for that, Matt. I'm sorry, I'm just shuffling through my papers. Have we any final thoughts? I do apologise that we have to bring this to a conclusion. I'm sorry that we're having to wind it up. But are there final thoughts you would like to leave us with, or just give us now? I don't want to just cut you off shortly. No? Well,
actually, if there is time, I do have a final thought.
Yeah, sure.
Okay, which was that I was thinking about, just thinking about, what we were talking about, unpredictability, and also this human and machine relationship. I was thinking about, for instance, Catherine Hales, who writes about the cognitive unconscious, the human non-conscious. Well, she writes about different aspects of this, and just to sum it up very quickly, I mean, she's basically saying that there's part of the human consciousness, non-consciousness, that's carrying out the same kind of tasks as perhaps a machine carries out. Anyway, that's something that perhaps it's a bit hard to explain in one sentence. But anyway, she's making this kind of comparison between how machines function and humans function when they're not in a sort of conscious mode. And so I think that's quite interesting actually in this regard, because it's saying that there are parallels. I mean, humans have made machines; they're the ones who made them, so they're necessarily, similarities, and that this question of entanglement is probably more relevant than we think it is. Anyways, and perhaps it's something to be developed in another context.
Well, I'm sorry that we're going to have to draw it to a close. As I say, this is fascinating, and I'd love to be able to discuss it further. But time is against us, and I know that we have packed a lot in over the last 2 days. So I want to thank you, Rahma, and thank you, Matt, for wonderful talks and for sharing your time and your having a discussion with us. It's just for me to round up now the proceedings, really. And just to take the opportunity to say, I found it to be a fantastic 2 days. I found it quite remarkable. All the talks have been fascinating, illuminating, challenging. I was saying this yesterday, but now on the back of 2 days, it's quite remarkable, really. We will look to whether we can get a publication out of this event if we can. We've got plenty of material to work into essays, or to doesn't necessarily have to be academic essays. We'll look at how we can put this together. If we can do that, that will be a third publication on the back of the other 2 publications that we've got, so the third in the series. and we'll give you further information about that shortly. But really, it's to thank everybody that's been involved. I want to thank all the delegates and students who've watched the 2 days and watched the events. Thank you for coming along and watching. Thank you to all the speakers. I want to thank Martin Lang, Dawn Woolley, Zora Worth, Abby Shug, Dan Hayes, Alan Hirsch, Ian Truelove, Till Julian Huss, and Alison Goodyear yesterday. And today, Francis Woodley, Mick Finch, Rhys Himsworth, Theresia Stipp, Clare Strand, Elias Wessel, and Rahma Kazan and Matt Saunders. Quite wonderful. Thank you very much for your time and your input. I want to thank Phil for gallantly chairing the other half of the session.
Enjoyed it. Great fun. It's really good things. It's a really good thing to do. It's enriching.
Phil will operate, extemporize and think on his feet, and is excellent at that. So thank you very much for that, Phil. And also particular thanks to the tech team and the admin, Nick Edmonds for organising this, and the tech team of Louise and Angela, and the rest of the lads. There's Oliver and Zomba, and forgive me, I thought I'd written down the other names, but forgive me. But all of the tech team, and we will send out special thanks for that. This has been a technologically incredibly complex event, and the team have been working on this for about 2 months. Today we had a few technical issues, but if you think that we're operating over 2 continents, and at the moment we've got 2 people here in England, we've got 1 in Paris and 1 in Massachusetts. And here we are. I mean, this is the modern technology. So behind the scenes, it's been amazing. What the team have done, absolutely amazing, and I'm completely indebted to them for that. So once again, thank you particularly to the speakers. I think it's been a remarkable bit, much better than I could have hoped for in terms of how it might come together. It seemed to coalesce very well, and it's just for me now to say thank you and goodbye to you all.
Not quite. Hang on, Carl. I'd like to say a very, very big thank you to Carl, and congratulations for authoring such a superb event. I mean, get your emojis working. Emojis on YouTube, please. Absolutely superb, Carl.
Yeah, thank you. But it came together better than I could have hoped for, and I'm fairly confident a publication will come out of this. So we'll take this forward if everybody's on board. That'd be great. I'm sorry that hopefully I'll be able to catch up individually with all the speakers at some point, because it's really the first time I'm saying hello to you. So I'm sorry I'm saying hello, and now I'm also saying goodbye at the same time. Hello, goodbye. But that's the way it is. But I will try and make a little bit of time. If you've got a few minutes spare at some point, we can try to just have a FaceTime or a Zoom, or just a little bit of a chat. That'd be lovely. Thank you again. So we're gonna leave it there. Thank you very much for a wonderful 2 days. Thank you.
Thank you.
Bye bye.
Bye-bye.